Well, here we go. It's the NFL draft is finally here. Welcome in to my live show. I'm here by myself. Yeah, by myself. It'll be interesting. I don't know what I'm going to talk about for 4.5 hours, all by myself, but I will do my best to figure it out. I appreciate everyone in the chat. It's been a while since I've done a live show by myself. I think the last one, I think I did a start sit show a little bit ago. But yeah, we're gonna have a big night. A lot of stuff already going on. And we're gonna see. I think we know what the Titans are gonna do at pick number 1. But other than that, I think everything is up in the air. So we will get into your questions. Now, before we get into the questions, I will say that I am always nervous about live content. It does poorly. It's a struggle. So here's what I'm going to do. I have created a referral code or a discount code for my Patreon. It should work if you're a patron already. If you're changing something, if you're upgrading something, it should also work for you. If you're going a year, well, it's a monthly code, but if you're upgrading, it should work. So it's pinned right now in the YouTube chat, I believe. But Tyler round 1, you can see it right there. 75% off your first month. This code has not been published anywhere else. It's not in the promotional material. It's not on the channel. It will only be available right here. So only people actually watching and viewing the live chat will be able to see this code, who have come and spent their time here. I will be honest. If I see 0 new patrons, I'm not going to do this show again tomorrow. My goal is 5. That was kind of my internal goal. 5 new patrons by the end of the evening. This code is good until 11:59 p.m. Eastern tonight. Maybe we'll be on longer than that, but the code is good until 11:59 p.m. Eastern. It'll work at any tier. 75% off your first month if you use that code. So, and then I'm going to see how I feel about potentially doing tomorrow's show. I might not. Depends on how successful this show is. I'm going to measure that mostly in terms of patrons, but also I'm going to look at how many views, the interaction in the chat, new subscribers to the YouTube, all of that. So there's the code. You're going to probably hear this an insufferable amount of times throughout the evening because I don't expect anyone to watch 4.5 hours of me. So I think people will come in and out, and I will remind them of this code as we go. Also, in the first round, the picks go a little slowly. I'm not exactly expecting them to go at a fast or breakneck pace. So we will have to see how it goes. Now, I'm going to get into the questions, and then we'll just roll from there based on the chat. And what is, I almost hit a timeout button. Oops. I almost put you in a timeout. I didn't know I could even do that. Whatever a timeout is. What is your draft day food or beverage? I'm here. So I'm streaming. So I'm not really thinking about that. I have my Gatorade. I had a coffee before we started. Hopefully this keeps me going. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, obviously I'm streaming, so I'm not like eating wings or anything like that. Now, our first fantasy question. What are the best trade opportunities that come from the NFL draft? I assume you mean Dynasty trades? This can't mean like NFL trades. So Dynasty trades. That's a good question. For me, I don't know. I generally find that sometimes people overreact, especially when a wide receiver gets another wide receiver on a team. For example, I'm not going to fade Brian Thomas Jr. if the Jaguars take a wide receiver. Okay. I'm not going to, if the Cardinals take Matthew Golden, I'm not going to fade Marvin Harrison Jr. Okay. Like, I'm not going to do that. So that's often an opportunity because targets are earned, and the presence of these types of not as good wide receivers are not going to make me not want Marvin Harrison Jr., for example. Same with Ladd McConkey. I would put in that category as well. If the Chargers draft another wide receiver, I'm not going to fade Ladd McConkey, who's very good. So that's probably the best opportunity. Is there any scenario that would have you put Hampton above Cam Ward in rookie draft? Hampton would have to go a lot higher than we're currently expecting, like a lot higher. Because for Hampton to get above Cam Ward, I mean, Cam Ward is going to come in pretty high in my overall rankings. So I guess it's possible, but I'm going to say highly unlikely. I mean, even if Hampton went 12 to Dallas, is that, is that doing it for me? Probably not. So I think I'm going to do split screen. I think it's too much to stare into myself this much. So that way I can look up stuff and still see what's going on. Okay. Remember to tell your friends, share my post, live content. I can't rely on the algorithm in the same way. So yeah. My answer to this is very, very unlikely. Like I said, even the Cowboys at 12, I don't think would get me there. So I'm going to say no. Well, I'm sure people are going to break down this announcement. I'm sure we're going to go back and see the announcement of Travis Hunter, exactly what was said, exactly. For now, I think if he goes to the Browns like we're all expecting, we have heard exactly what the Browns have said about Travis Hunter over and over. They have said that they see him as a wide receiver first, not a wide receiver only, but a wide receiver first. Now, I think we can accept that. They've said that many, many, many times. Okay. So I'm okay with that. But in terms of what happens, I'd be more interested in what happens if another team drafts Travis Hunter, if there's some sort of crazy trade or something. That announcement I might break down. If it's the Browns, like we've been hearing forever, I've already made my decision about how I'm going to handle that. I'm going to assume that he's going to play wide receiver probably most of what we want. So there's going to be some added risk, but not like an insane amount of risk. Oh, I don't know why I'm already so tired. It feels weird to like talk to myself for this long, but we'll see. Does Ashton Jeanty lose value if he lands in Jacksonville? No, he does not. I don't really see much difference between Jacksonville, Chicago, and the Raiders. So, yeah, my answer to that is no. Biggest surprises you expect tonight? I think there are going to be a lot of trades. I'm not sure that that's so surprising. I do think there are going to be more trades than usual. I think because there's a lot of players where there's a lot of different opinions. There's not like the same consensus top prospects. I think everyone says the Titans really like Cam Ward. Everyone has Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter as the two premier prospects in the class. After that, there are some people who have Will Campbell as the next best prospect. But I also heard some people earlier in the process had Will Campbell not as the top 10 prospect. So there's a lot of differences in opinion. And when there's differences in opinion, just like in dynasty leagues, that means it's an opportunity for trades, an opportunity. So I think there are going to be a lot of trades. If I had to go something that's like against the odds, 4 quarterbacks going in round 1, I think would be the thing I think is more likely to happen than the odds are saying it will happen. If that makes sense. Yeah. What's favorite part of draft night? I don't know. Doing the live stream, I guess. I'm not famous for loving live streams. But I mean, yeah, I like doing the live stream. know. In terms of what's my favorite, I would say I like watching the draft, but I don't know. Okay, we already have one new patron who used my 75% discount code. Tyler, round one. Already one person used it. That's good. And I'm offering this because I'm confident in my product. The reason I can't offer it for free is because I need you to prove that you have a payment method that works. This was the biggest problem when I offered it for free. I offered it for free. People signed up for free. And then the payment method didn't work after the 7-day trial. It didn't work. And then I had to chase them down. It didn't work. I'm willing to offer 50% discount all the time, 75% on a special night like tonight, because I'm confident in my product. I just want you to try it. You get a month to try it at 75% off. I'm willing to do that because at the end of the day, my business is going to succeed not on getting someone to stay for 1 month. I want to get someone to stay for 2 years, 3 years, years of, I have patrons who've been there for 5 years at this stage. So, that's why I'm willing to do it, especially this time of year. I mean, people can see, and there are going to be some people who take the trial and, don't come back, or maybe they see it and then they come back next year, something like that. But that's why I'm doing it this way. So I do appreciate my new patron. I'm not going to make public announcements of, if you want to claim it, go ahead. I'll publicly announce the number. I'm not going to name names on the internet. I know that's not how you do this. Okay. If Golden goes in the top 12, how would you rank him? Okay, so we get a player like this every once in a while. A player that the NFL is very, very high on. And to say that I'm not is kind, because I actually think Matthew Golden is a terrible prospect. So we didn't have one last year. I thought all the top 3 wide receivers were great. And Brian Thomas, also a prospect I liked. And Xavier Worthy, actually, I thought a prospect I liked. I liked all 5 of those guys. So the last time we had someone taken like really high that I disliked, maybe Jamison Williams. I wasn't a big fan. But I wouldn't say I disliked him. He's a far better prospect than Golden. So it's been a while. I could put Henry Ruggs in that group. Henry Ruggs, not a prospect I liked. He went 12 overall. And I had him below the other guys. So, yeah. How would I rank him? I mean, there's nothing he can do to be above Tet McMillan or Travis Hunter. That's out of the question. In terms of him versus Emeka Egbuka, Emeka Egbuka is a far superior prospect to Matthew Golden. If Egbuka goes in round 1, I don't care where it is, the prospect disparity between Golden and Egbuka is so large that I would have Egbuka ahead. Now, if we start to see Egbuka go in round 2, maybe at that point I would have Golden ahead. And then Golden versus Luther Burden, probably going to have Golden ahead if Burden is in round 2. It's just so hard. It's so hard to have a round 2 wide receiver ahead of someone who goes in the top 12. But any other round 1 wide receiver, I'll have ahead of Golden, and there's no question. How many trades do you estimate will go down on day 1? Well, tell me in the chat. That's the big thing about these chat, these types of things. Tell me what you think. How many trades do you think will go down on round 1? I also need to pull up the actual YouTube link in a separate thing so I can like put up polls and stuff. So hopefully I can handle that. There's a poll right now running about Ashton Jeanty. So maybe I'll end that. Or maybe I can I pull that up on here? But we'll end that poll for now. So I think I'm going to start a new poll of how many trades, like your question. So the poll was complete. Where does Ashton Jeanty go? 40% said Raiders, 37% Bears, 18% Jaguars, other 3%, 32 votes. Okay. I think it'll be the Bears, but we're going to see. So how many trades will occur, let's say, during round 1 tonight? So I'll say we'll do less than 5, 5 to 6, 7 to 8, or 9 or more. Sure. Why not? We'll do that poll. So I just put up that poll. How many trades will occur during round 1? 42 people here. That's actually better than I thought it would do. 43. Nice. I'm also not simulcasting on that hellish platform of X. I'm not, if you're here and you're interacting with me, I'm not doing any more on X. I'll be on there, but very little going down on X. How much do you factor a team drafting a top offensive lineman into the fantasy value of its players? Good question. I mean, I don't know. I think it matters. It matters for the quarterback. It's not really going to matter for the, target pecking order, but in terms of helping the offense, yeah, I mean, it matters. I'd say not that much, though, if I had to pick. Best Milroe landing spot? So Jalen Milroe's not ready to play. The thing with Jalen Milroe is he's not ready to play. So here's what I don't want. I don't want Jalen Milroe to go somewhere, the coach and GM that drafted him get fired, and then what do we have with Jalen Milroe? A previous regime project for a new regime. So I don't want that. So where I think is a little dangerous is the Giants. I'm a little worried about that because that regime is not safe. So that would be one I don't like. The Browns regime, I actually think is pretty safe. Kevin Stefanski is unquestionably a good coach. So maybe the Browns would be a good landing spot for Milroe. Yeah, I'm going to say the Browns. What is the dumbest decision a team could make tonight that you think has real potential to happen? I'm going to say the Raiders taking Kelvin Banks at 6. I don't see that as the right move. And I don't know if offensive line is their biggest need. I mean, they do need it. Everyone needs offensive line. But I'm not feeling Kelvin Banks at 6 really at all. It doesn't make sense. I don't think he's a good value. Yeah, so I'm not feeling that move. How are we celebrating if Tyrone Tracy survives the draft? I mean, I don't have any Tracy to celebrate. I don't know. I was reading this stat from Kyle from the Fantasy Footballers or Dynasty podcast. When teams have like 2 or 3 running back visits, they take a running back by round 4 like 75% of the time. So it is possible. This is a very strong class. If the Giants use their draft picks to trade up, it is possible that they don't have the ammo or they don't have the selection to take a running back. I do think they take a running back. They have 5 picks in the top 105. So we're going to have to see. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think they're going to take a running back. I think there's going to be a challenge. Now, if you believe in Tyrone Tracy and you don't believe in the player they pick, whoever it is, that's the time to buy Tyrone Tracy after the draft because his value is going to drop. I don't think the Giants are on the list of when they take a running back, not if. I don't think the Giants are an if team. I think there are some if teams, but I don't think the Giants are if. I think it's when, but it could be around 5. Do we think Breece Hall gets traded this evening? No, I don't think Breece Hall gets traded this evening. I was seeing some chatter on Twitter about what the Giants could, or sorry, not the Giants, the Jets could get for Breece Hall. I mean, he is in the final year of his contract. He'd want a new deal. I don't think they're going to get much. I think it would be a day 3 pick. And I don't know if the trade happens. So this evening, no. Maybe at some point tomorrow or on Saturday, but this evening I'm going to say no. What's up? Welcome in. We finished the comments that were from not now. Now we're at the comments from when I went live to, from when I was actually live. Welcome. Yes. Welcome. We made it. Yes, I've been waiting. I've been waiting for draft time. So I'm just waiting for the draft to kick off at this point. What's up? What's up? I don't know what this is in reference to. That's one thing I will say. Reaction comments, let me know what they're in reference to, because I'm probably going to be getting to them on delay. So if I don't know what you're talking about, I'm not going to know how to react to that reaction. Feels like the last day we got a decent amount of new members. Yeah, we did. I will say the Patreon promo video I did was very successful. I believe there were 5 or 6 new patrons who found it through that video alone, or since I published that video. So yes, there have been a lot of new people. It's been very good. And I think, I think I've changed my approach, really. I think it used to be that YouTube content was very minimal for me. I was more focused on growing the YouTube, doing the new ideas or this and that. Now, to me, Twitter is in decline. So I used to be really big on Twitter. Now you can't be. There's no big on Twitter. Twitter is a bot farm. So now what it is YouTube is like my free content. It's like my content funnel to funnel people into Patreon. Twitter, I'm kind of not seeing it. Like, I'm not getting anyone through Twitter. Maybe during the season, it could work a little because I don't cover redraft and start sit on the YouTube. Maybe I could do a little bit of marketing, but yeah, I'm not really planning on going back to engaging on Twitter. It is the kind of thing where, I do my marketing on Twitter. If you say, no, I'm not going to join the Patreon, then I'm like, okay, I have the YouTube. Otherwise, best of luck. And that's kind of it. Yeah, you can ask for it, but Jalen Royals is not going to be picked tonight. What's up? A timeout if we get in trouble? I haven't had to put anyone in the timeout. I'm good on wings, honestly. I like wings, but they're too messy. They're too messy. I have my mic out and, my camera. I don't want to get wings on that. Yes. I remember this question. We were talking about dynasty trades. Yeah. I mean, when players lose value, that can present a buying opportunity. Sometimes players gain value. It can present a selling opportunity. That's rare. That's funny. Don't give Dallas hope. Well, we're going to see. We're going to see what they do. A lot of chatter that the Browns are wanting to move back. Yeah, I have heard that. We're going to see what the Browns want to do, but we're going to find out. I mean, there's not too much of a point in speculating about it, right? I mean, we're going to see what they do, and soon we're going to find out what their moves are. And I don't know. I think it could be exciting. I mean, we'll see. My guess is the Browns just stand pat and pick Travis Hunter, though. But I'm ready for some surprises. Pete Carroll is posting draft clues on Twitter. Low key, I love this. I really do. Are the Browns really going to trade Hunter? I'm still saying no, but what do I know? Hunter's going to go too, though, for sure. We had a live Tyler. Yeah, don't get used to it. It just doesn't. This is like the one day of the year where I think it's actually a good bet to be successful. Live content, it sucks, but unless we have another pandemic, I'm not expecting live content to be regular. Like, could I make another guest appearance on Dynasty Trades in 5? Yes. Is my own live content on here ever going to be as successful as my recorded videos? No. So I can't, and it gets in the way of the algorithm. It hurts my other stuff. So yeah, it's going to be for situational stuff like this for sure. But yeah, it'll be, we'll see. We'll see how this goes if I want to do tomorrow as well. What was I going to say? Let's see. Right. So remember the code for 75% off the Patreon if you're here now. So you can click on this link. It'll take you to my page. Use code TylerRound1. You can copy it. At checkout, you'll get 75% off your first month at whatever tier you choose. So, yeah. I hope that people sign up. I did a whole video on why people should sign up recently. And I think that'll be cool if people join. It would make me happy. Glazer just said it looks. I see that tweet from Mr. Glazer. We're going to see. I mean, Jay Glazer is often right about things and sometimes not right. Jay Glazer has screwed me in my start sit. He says, oh, this player is only going to play a few snaps, and then they play all the snaps. Or, wow, this player is a full go. Not a full go. So we will see. But at this point, I mean, we're going to see what happens when it happens. I'm not like, I'm good just waiting. Just signed up where you can find the rankings. Okay, so for people who sign up, the rankings are obviously not updated yet. I'll take care of all of this after I'm done live. And I'll send out the rankings to everyone who takes me up on my discount offer. That's something I have to manually do. You can't find it. So I will go through and make sure everyone is set up on the Patreon. But yeah, that's all stuff that I have to do manually. Yes, I am live. Oh, a lot of people chatting in here. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's, Happy St. Patrick's Day, and a glorious NFL draft day. Glorious NFL draft day to you as well, Rob Downs. Yeah. More than 6. So let's check up on that poll, okay? So right now, less than 5 is winning with 37 votes. Pretty good. Less than 5 is winning with 62% of the vote, followed by 5 to 6 with 30%, 7 to 8, 5%, and 9 or more, 3%. So most people are saying less than 5. We'll see. 0 trades. Well, I think there are going to be some trades. Ryan is saying 7 to 8. Oh, Ryan. I miss when we used to do shows together. I wish that I were the live format and the together shows were more successful. Otherwise I would have kept doing them. But yeah, I've just moved into a different direction. I think I don't know. I'm not as conversational as I once was, not as debate looking for, not as I'm definitely more of a presenter, I think, than I once was. Less about conversation and more about just presentation. Conversation mostly occurs with Patreon. You were 3% in the Jeanty poll, meaning what? I don't remember what the 3% was. If T-Mac is available for Dallas, I hope they take him, not Golden. I hope so. If the Cowboys take Golden over T-Mac, which I've actually found out was brought to my attention that this thing of calling Tetairoa McMillan, Tet McMillan, was invented by the Dynasty community. Nobody actually calls him that. It's either T-Mac or Tetairoa McMillan. So I'm going to get used to that. We'll call him T-Mac for now. Okay. Made a trade this week. Trade away 108, 208, and 308 for Mike Evans, Chuba, and Olave. I mean, it's fine, but not sure I would have traded the picks now. But okay. Let's go. Yes, let's go. I think this is the most I've ever had live on YouTube. On my own channel ever. So that's good. Saints drafting Tyler Shuck would be supremely stupid. Yeah. Tyler Shuck, comment in the chat. Have people heard me like talk about Tyler Shuck? Like, if you're not a patron, have you heard me talk about him? Like, what do you think I think of Tyler Shuck? It's bad. I'll just say that. It's bad. I think Tyler Shuck is a UDFA. I mean, I don't think he deserves to be drafted at all. Happy draft day to me in the chat. Yes, happy draft day to you. Yeah. I will celebrate so hard. If what? If what? I forget what this was in reference to. I celebrated by trading away my last 2 shares of Chase Brown. That's a good way to celebrate. I do think we're going to be really sweating tomorrow for Chase Brown. I like what we saw from Chase Brown as like an okay NFL player. I'm not saying Chase Brown is not going to have a career, but Chase Brown was fine. I mean, at the end of the day, Chase Brown was closer to Rachaad White than Bucky Irving. Closer to Damian Pierce than Bucky Irving. Just to give you an idea of what I think of Chase Brown. With all these pick rumors in the top 10, where does Mason Graham go? I was leaning 8 to the Panthers. Now the Panthers are kind of seeming to be in on Tetairoa McMillan. If the league lets the 49ers get Mason Graham at 11, that is a crime. That's a crime. So, yeah, that would be a crime. The league should not allow that to happen. But that would be criminal. Ted to the Panthers is the favorite. Thoughts on the spot? My thoughts are that, for me, the first thing I care about is draft capital. So draft capital will be good. 8th overall. Really good. The second thing I care about is much less so than draft capital. Obviously, draft capital, number 1. My prospect eval is 1B, or 2. After that, the next thing I care about is, can this player be the wide receiver 1 on that team? So the Jaguars, it would be a no. Brian Thomas Jr. is an alpha. On the Cowboys, it would be no anytime soon. CeeDee Lamb is 3 years older than BTJ, but not going anywhere anytime soon. We can't expect that CeeDee Lamb is going to disappear. So on the Panthers, that would be a yes. He could be the wide receiver 1 on that team. So if you could be the wide receiver 1 on that team, you have a prospect profile I like, you have draft capital that I like, I would like it. The Panthers would be my favorite of the reasonable spots. Vegas was also up there when that was an option, but it's not looking like they're really a choice. So yes, the Panthers would be the best of the discussed choices for T-Mac, we'll call him. Join the Patreon. Yes. It is by far the best Dynasty community out there and the most active and informative. I agree. I'm glad that someone said in my Patreon, if we don't support me, I'll never go live again. That is probably true. Not never again. I'll probably do this stream again next year, night 1. But yes, I do appreciate people saying join the Patreon. And again, patreon.com/fantasyadvice. And use code TylerRound1 for 75% off. It's already been redeemed once. Do it again. Hope. Yeah. I hope people join. Again, it'll... I promise I'll do the stream tomorrow if I get 5 new patrons using that code. There's already been 1. So you need 4 more. 4 more at any tier. 4 more new patrons. I'll do the show tomorrow. Is there anyone that can fall out of your top 10? What do you mean, like fall out of my top 10? So I can tell you that Shedeur Sanders and Jaxson Dart won't be in my top 10 if they get 2nd round draft capital and Superflex. That I can tell you. But who's going to get 2nd round draft capital? Emeka Egbuka could fall out of the top 10. If he's in the 2nd round, he's probably not going to be a top 10 rookie pick in Superflex tight end premium for me. So that's one. Luther Burden, I would say as well, but Luther Burden's not in there right now. I miss live Tyler. Oh, I would say I miss it, but I'm not going to lie. I'm already feeling like a little bit of exhaustion. So there's a reason I don't do this. I don't do this because it's tricky for me. If I do it with other people, it's a lot to coordinate. People have just said they don't like that. That too much back and forth, people talking over each other, not enough is actually discussed. The chat gets ignored. If I do it by myself, not as much of that. But then I get exhausted. I get tired. I start saying the same things over and over again. So, live content, just the YouTube algorithm changed a couple years back. It makes it really hard. On a day like today, where people are really looking for lives, it can succeed. Start-sit channels can succeed on Sunday morning. I think that would be something I would outsource, though. Not saying I wouldn't do it. I'm saying that if I were going to do a start-sit stream, I think I would have to go on someone else's channel that is dedicated to start-sit, where it'd be more popular as a guest, not do my own start-sit live stream, if that makes sense. In terms of live content in the future, a lot of people said they enjoyed the Dynasty Trades in 5 stream that I did. Most likely, like live stream for me would be something like that, taking an opportunity on a channel more known for live content than my own. So, yes, I'm considering whether to do tomorrow's show. The more patrons that sign up, the more likely I am to do the show. 75% off the Patreon is a great deal. Come join us. I agree. I always try to do that. But yeah. Oh, a lot going on. Okay. Let's the Titans are on the clock. So I'm going to try to optimize this experience for the people who are here. I'm not going to advertise this show after it airs. I'm not expecting people to come back and watch this later. I'm just going to try to, where we are right now. Right now, the Titans are on the clock. That is what is happening. And we are waiting for the Titans to make their selection. We're going to wait for that. I have the 102 in a deep rebuild. I don't need running back. Would it be crazy to consider Hunter? Okay, so I need a format for this. See what you can get on the clock. Yes. I think that one of the biggest edges is making trades on the clock. Absolutely. Absolutely. That is a huge edge in Dynasty, is taking advantage of being on the clock. So I don't have any doubt about that. So use that for leverage, just like real NFL teams use that for leverage. The crowd at Lambeau is huge. I'm not watching the broadcast. I thought it would be too distracting for me to like watch the broadcast and talk about it. I miss it too, but we can look back on good memories fondly. Yeah, I feel that way as well. It feels like a past chapter I look upon fondly. At the end of the day, the show ended for business reasons. It had nothing to do with anything personal. I still love everyone I did the shows with, for the most part. But yeah, it was always fun. It was fun. I wish it did better in the algorithm. It just didn't. So also, I've just been a lot more energetic since I stopped doing live. I'm just so much better in that recorded format. It'll be lit if a lot of trades happen, but does the NFL really trade that often in the first round? They do. This is the first year where there hasn't been a trade in the first round pre-draft. So, yes, they do. Titans about to make a huge mistake. Are you saying that Cam Ward is a huge mistake? I mean, it's possible. I like Cam Ward, though. I'm fine with it. It's fine. Like, Cam Ward, I think, has a range of outcomes where it's fine to take him at number 1 overall. Would he have been at best the quarterback 4 in last year's class? Yes. probably even lower. But yeah. They need a quarterback. I mean, if you don't have a quarterback, you don't have anything. So I get why they would do it. You know, dude's already on his second contract. Who is this? Who's already on his second contract? Remind me of that. Let's take a look at this poll. How many trades will occur during round 1 tonight? Right now, less than 5 is winning at 64%. I will close out that poll when the first trade occurs. So until then, I will leave that poll open. Right now, less than 5 winning, 64%, 44 votes in. The Broncos making the final push for Ashton Jeanty. Ashton Jeanty. It's always a pronunciation. I'm just like, it doesn't roll off the tongue, you know? Jeanty. So I believe that draft betting odds have been taken down. I'm looking to see if we have those. I'm looking to see if I can find those anywhere. Yeah, so I think those have been taken down now that the draft has started. So we'll be looking now at live updates. Where are you seeing this? Where are you seeing that Broncos making aggressive push to trade into top 10? I don't know if that's going to happen. So Jordan Schultz is saying there are a lot of ifs, but if the Browns do make a trade, the belief is they're targeting the trenches, either offensive or defensive line. Interesting. Thinking Loveland for the Browns or the Broncos. Interesting. Shuck who? All of Tyler's patrons. Yeah, I have not had anything nice to say about Tyler Shuck in the Patreon. So yeah. Oh, that's really sweet. I'm happy with me too. I think, yeah. I honestly think I'm just someone who, you know, prefers more to work alone. I'm a very social person. A lot of people think I'm an introvert. I'm not actually at all. I'm a very extroverted person. But in terms of like, you know, mixing friends and business is not really my thing. If the Pats don't make a big splash in the draft, does May I don't know what happened there. A little camera problem. We're already having tech issues. I would say it's par for the course. If the Pats don't make a big splash in the draft, this may lose value. So from a fantasy perspective, he's still going to run. So that is not going to change. Second thing is that I think May is good. And that opinion is not going to change. So I'm going to say not really. In terms of Dynasty, he's high up enough that my confidence in May is not going to be shaken. So I think my answer to this is mostly no. Does that help? Just tuning in. Did I miss anything? So what you can do is go back and view the previous part of the show on like 1.5 or 2x, and that'll help you catch up. But nothing has actually happened yet. Welcome in. Okay. Oh, a trade. It's interesting. Put some trades in the chat, maybe. Okay. Drake London, 202, Drake London and Caleb Williams for Josh Allen. I mean, I wouldn't pay it, but if I had Josh Allen, would I trade for that? I mean, in startup picks, it's probably over value, as in the package is worth more. You know, if I had to do it, I could do it. I wouldn't be opposed. I wouldn't be opposed to doing it. It's risky, though. Is Levis officially dead? Yes. Team Tyler. Yes, I should. I've actually used that branding before. I don't know if you know that. I actually used to use Team Tyler branding on Twitter. I don't do that anymore. I traded the 110 for last year's 102. Well, that last year's 110 for this year's 102. Difficult to talk. My quarterback room is Patrick Mahomes, Sam and Darnold. I'm a little confused. Okay. So Cam Ward went at 1. If the Browns move down, the Jets or Raiders will lose. Lose. What will they lose? Thank you for the content. You're welcome. I was always going to do the night 1 stream. It's really the night 2. I have to see how it goes. And again, I'm going to put this in again, I think. Okay. So I'm going to repin that. Okay. We'll end that poll because I believe a trade has occurred. All right, a lot going on. So where was I? My Tillman stock is hoping the Browns avoid Hunter. Well, the Browns may be avoiding Hunter. Can someone write out this trade in the chat for me? And then I'll pull it up. Hey, Tyler, draft time. Let's go. Yes. Well, that doesn't look like that's going to be the case. I think we're going to have some changes. What's up? Are we buying the report? Well, it just happened, so I think so. So 12-team 1 QB was the format. In the future, try to get it all in one thing because now I'm confused as to what this is referring to. Okay, clearly there's a lot going on. So the Jags did it. What did they do? I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to work on that. All right, a blockbuster trade. Okay. All right, I have it in front of me. The Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick to the Jaguars. The Jaguars are trading 5, 36, 4th, and 26 first. Okay. So that's a lot. Goff on trade? I don't know what that means. Browns kind of fleeced. I mean, the Browns got a 1st in 26 and a better exchange of a 2nd and a 4th for a 4th and a 6th to move down 3 spots. I do think they fleeced. I would take the Brown side easily. They did a great job. Wow. Yes. Remember, Tyler, round 1 for 75% off your first month. That is critical. If you want to talk about these types of trades and other things in the Patreon, that's the place to go. Okay. The Jags are wild for this. I agree. I think it's an overpay. So this is a separate trade. James Cook, Brees, Dobbins for 226 firsts and 27 firsts. I'm never paying it. I'd only ever take the firsts. I'm not paying that for the running backs. That's out of the question. Recently traded Caleb Williams to 105 for Jordan Love, 104, 210. I'd rather have Love in 104. The quarterbacks are kind of a wash, so I'd rather take the extra picks pretty easily. Okay, wow. Rest in peace, Travis Hunter's value. I don't want to say rest in peace, but I will say I was really looking forward to. The Browns said he is a wide receiver. He is a wide receiver. There is no doubt he's a wide receiver. We see him as a wide receiver. Now we don't have that. Now we have, something different. We have the Jaguars. That's something different, which I haven't really prepared for. So yeah, 2, 104, 200 for 5, 36, 126, and 26 first. I mean, the Browns crushed it here. They did a great job. Yeah, we've gone over that. I mean, I assume that's what they're doing. Okay. Yeah. I mean, they have Hunter. I assume that's the pick. I don't know really what we're waiting for. No, I don't think the Browns take Ashton Jeanty at all. I think that they might be looking to take Mason Graham at 5. It is brutal. It is brutal. This is the same situation as the Giants, where Travis Hunter might be a wide receiver. If he is, there's another wide receiver on the team who's better than he is. So yeah, this is a loss of value for Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter on the Jags, I don't know. It's going to be tough for him to be my wide receiver 1. Most likely it'll be Tetairoa McMillan. Okay, so I traded last year's 110 for, and I will say BTJ is going to be a strong buy. I'm not concerned about BTJ's value with Travis Hunter coming in. It's not, BTJ is so good that it's not going to be enough to change my mind. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, we talked about this. I traded last year's 110 for this year's 102. I mean, that worked out great. Pat Mahomes, Darnold, and Goff. Would you draft Cam Ward? I'd be fine drafting Cam Ward. I mean, that's what I would do in a super flex. As for trading Darnold, I would do it if I could get a value for Darnold. If not, then I wouldn't do it. Brenton Strange relevant now? So no. Why does this make Brenton Strange relevant exactly? I'm a little confused on that. How does this make Brenton Strange more or less relevant? You're going to have to explain that one to me. Brown's going down again. I could see that. Abdul Carter, I think, is going at 3 to the Giants. The Browns trade back to 5 and then again to 10. That would be crazy. I could see it. I could absolutely see it. Browns should build that roster and take a quarterback next with the 2 first they have. If they don't have a quarterback they're convicted on, yeah, I could see that. I mean, no, it's not good because Travis Hunter is going to play like enough wide receiver that Brenton Strange is going to be forced even further down the pecking order. So no, it's not good. Brenton Strange is irrelevant and has always been irrelevant. So no. Great for Trevor Lawrence? I do think so. I do think it helps. I mean, it doesn't hurt, right? I mean, having more weapons, is it going to make a bad quarterback good? No. Can it make a, middle of the road? I think so far with Lawrence, middle of the road he's been. Can it make a middle of the road quarterback better? Sure, absolutely. So yeah, that's where I would be looking. So yes, Travis Hunter, the 2nd overall pick. So I think we can rule out. I mean, the Jaguars gave up their 36. So the Jaguars gave up everything for Travis Hunter. So we're probably ruling out the Jaguars taking like a running back. I don't see that as. They have 2 picks in 3rd. I mean, they could take a running back still, but it's, not as sure that that's going to be the case. The Giants are now on the clock. So here's Adam Schefter's blurb about what they're going to do with Travis Hunter. I'll just read it. Jaguars are expected to play first-round pick Travis Hunter on offense and defense. Okay. They will onboard him by giving him a heavy dose of the wide receiver position while still playing him in his more natural position on defense. I don't like that phrasing. More natural position on defense. Not what we wanted to hear. 2 positions for pick number 2. So I think I'm nervous. I'm nervous with this. I will say I am nervous. I'm nervous with this situation. Most likely, we're going to see it's going to be hard for Tetairoa McMillan to not be ahead of him because the upside with Travis Hunter is gone. I mean, I just don't see it. I just don't see it. They have a wide receiver 1. I mean, they have an alpha. So I'm just not as excited about Travis Hunter. I would have been really excited if he gone to the Browns because I think he could have been the wide receiver 1 on that team. So, yeah. Yeah, it's wild. I agree. I think now's a great time to buy BTJ. If you can send like the 102 for BTJ, I would do it. I mean, BTJ is a monster. Problem is, I already have so much BTJ. There's no BTJ to buy. That's really the issue. All right. Let's remember to keep up all of the interaction in the live chat. Ooh. Feeling it a little bit. Might need another cup of coffee if I'm gonna make it through the night. All right. Let's proceed. No. Every team was, don't hear what I'm not saying. Hunter as just a cornerback or just a wide receiver was not the second overall pick. That would have been Abdul Carter. So in order to make Hunter the number 2, you'd have to play him both ways. Yes. The difference is that we heard from the Browns, we see him as a wide receiver first. We will use him as a wide receiver first, and then consider mixing him in on defense, using him on defense in creative ways. We heard that. From the Jaguars, what we heard was, well, we're going to use him both ways at his more natural position of defense. That didn't sound so good. That didn't sound so good to me. So between being on the same team as a super entrenched alpha and being on a team that's saying the most natural position is defense, I don't know. I just like, I can't do it. Like, what are you hoping happens? Hunter is a better player than Brian Thomas Jr., who had almost 1,300 yards as a rookie in the NFL. What are the odds of that? I mean, slim, right? It's hard to be better than that. So, yeah, I just think, there is it's a tough thing. It's like, I'm kind of on the fence about Hunter. He's not going to be above Hampton or McMillan, assuming they go in the first for sure. He's not going to be above Cam Ward in Superflex. I think we're going to be deciding between like Trevion Henderson, Hunter, Judkins, and Egbuka. Maybe a quarterback if they go high enough. But I can't have Hunter too low. I mean, if we look at my like wide receiver rankings, I'm not going to have Hunter below players like Jamison Williams or Zay Flowers. We know what those players are. Those are not good. I mean, Jalen Waddle. But like, yeah, I don't know. What does it mean for Cedric Tillman? Well, the Browns still have a lot of weapons to take picks now to take a wide receiver. So I do think they will take a wide receiver. I do think it could help a little. I mean, Cedric Tillman has been a sleeper for me. So, yeah. Giants took Abdul Carter. I'm just going to announce the picks as I have them. I mean, it's what I have. The Giants took Abdul Carter. Yeah. No, but like I said, we knew that Travis Hunter was going to play both ways. I do see him as a cornerback listed on ESPN. That's what I see. So, we'll have to see. Okay. So, yes. I just think I wish we knew more about the Jaguars' plan to use him. We don't know enough, and the upside next to BTJ is lower. I don't know how they announced him on the selection. Maybe someone could tell me that who was watching the draft, potentially. The Browns are open to moving down again. Okay. We'll see. We'll see if this goes chalk. Patriots at 4. Will Campbell. That's what I'm expecting. They said wide receiver, defensive back. Okay. Wide receiver was listed first. So my deal with Travis Hunter is I think what I think we have heard is that every team is planning to use him both ways. I think that, I don't think we're going to get a situation where we took a cornerback in the first round of our rookie drafts. I think Travis Hunter should be a first round pick. I think it's clear that he will be used as a wide receiver. I do think that we have to, whatever tier he would be. So let's say Travis Hunter didn't play cornerback. Travis Hunter in this situation would be probably, it's hard. I mean, behind BTJ, it's hard. I mean, he would be next to his name said CB wide receiver. Interesting. So the thing is, in this situation, I think he would be probably the 104 behind maybe a first round Hampton if he didn't play cornerback at all. But he also, it's not realistic to say that Travis Hunter going 102 would have been selected there, not playing cornerback at all. That would not have happened. So if he were got selected in his real draft slot, which would be 8 to 10 overall, and we're in this situation next to BTJ, he'd probably be, the 103, 104. He'd be competing with Hampton for that spot, probably ahead of McMillan, because he is a better prospect than McMillan. So instead of the 103, 104, I'm probably going to have Hunter 105 at best, maybe more like 106. But I'm not going to totally fade him. It's just hard. I don't see the upside. It's hard to be Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Someone's wanting to trade either Pickens, Tyreek, Kenneth Walker, or Rachaad White. I have the 103 in Dynasty Superflex. Are any worth it or continue to hold with my 103? I don't want any of those players. So, yeah, I can help you construct on the Patreon. That's the place where I, mostly do these types of trade advice. And remember, you can use code Tyler round 1 for 75% off your first month of the Patreon. But the players you listed, I don't want those players. Okay. So the Patriots are on the clock, and then we come to the Browns after that, which will be interesting. And like I said, the Browns are taking calls. Okay. I think I'm going to need another cup of coffee. So I will be, I'll be right back in a sec, but I just need, I want to put up another poll. Let's see. Let's do this. How many more wide receivers go in round 1? Do you think it's 2, 3, 4, or 5 or more? I want to see the people's thoughts on that poll. How many more wide receivers go in round 1, not including Travis Hunter, who's already been picked? Do you think it's 2? Do you think it's 3? Do you think it's 4? Or do you think it is 5 or more? So I'm going to make myself another cup of coffee, and I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's see. Draft starts at pick 5 with the Browns. Yep, Will Campbell just went 4th overall to the Patriots, like we all expected. Now the Browns are on the clock again. So let's see what they do. I'm gonna try to get some more people in here. I really want to keep the momentum going. So Browns are up. Oh, well, Cleveland is selected, so they're not trading out. That'll be interesting. 4 more, 5 total. So 4 more. Which 4 do you think that'll be? 3 more. Tet, Golden, and Ibuka in that order. I feel pretty confident with that personally. That's what I would guess. 3 more. Personally. A lot of people are expecting the Browns to pick Mason Graham, which I think would be interesting. And that's what it is. Mason Graham, Mason Graham is the selection. And now it goes to the Raiders. Why do I have a feeling I know what this pick is going to be? I think it's going to be Ashton Jeanty. I think so. They have selected it as Mason Graham. Yeah. Let's I think so. I do think so. So let's get some interaction from the chat. So we're live. You know, tell people about the show. Tell people to jump in. Make sure to join the Patreon, patreon.com/fantasyadvice, and then use code Tyler Round 1 for 75% off your first month. Right now, we've had one person sign up using that code. I would really love if we could get a few more by the end of the night. That would really make me happy. So yeah, and it is pinned up to the top. It's pinned. So right now we have 19 votes on that poll. Okay. How many more wide receivers go round 1? 3 is leading with 58%. 2 is second place with 32%. 4 is 11%. No one has voted for 5 or more. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, well, it didn't happen. The Browns went with Mason Graham. Yes, I don't care when the fucking broadcast of YouTube, whatever. I don't care what you do. I don't care when the broadcast, whatever, announces it, whenever it's brought to my attention. I'll bring it up. Mike Wright said wide receiver first. So that's his opinion. All right. So we're waiting for the Raiders. We are waiting for the Raiders, whose biggest need is a running back. A running back for the Raiders. And I have Ashton Jeanty marked, ready to go, number 6 to the Raiders. I would be stunned if they pass on that. But yeah, tell your friends about the show. All that good stuff. Oh, all right. Oh, I haven't had my sea legs ready for this length of a stream. I'll just say, yeah, man, I don't feel prepared. So what should I talk about? Chat's gotten a little quiet. I'm waiting for something to happen. What's your prediction with pick 7? Do you think Warren goes to the Jets or potentially trade up for Warren, or just an offensive line selection? I do think the Colts could be interested in a trade up for Warren with the Jets. I don't know. Do I want to make that my prediction? Yeah, sure. Why not? Make that my prediction. Sure. Warren to the via trade up. Colts to Jets at 7. If the Jets stay, I'd lean that it's offensive line. Probably Armand Membu. But we're going to see. We're going to see what's going on. The Raiders have been on the clock for some number of minutes at this point. Who do you think the Raiders are going to take? Comment in the chat with your prediction. I think it's going to be Ashton Jeanty. According to ESPN, the Saints are not expected to take a quarterback at 9, was something I was just reading. Yep. You got to lose those games. Is it Ashton Jeanty? I mean, that's who I think it's going to be. I don't know if this is saying that you're guessing that it's Ashton Jeanty or that it is Ashton Jeanty. I love it. I love it for the Browns because you had a good player. You get a good player in Mason Graham. Fine value at the 5 pick. You get an extra first next year. So you're able to potentially get a quarterback next year. You don't reach on a quarterback at 2 who's not worthy of that selection. Travis Hunter's a great player. But if you don't have a quarterback, you don't have anything. So you needed to do something to get yourself closer to that quarterback. They gave themselves more ammo. They gave themselves a second round pick. Yeah, I do think they should have considered trading back again. I don't like Mason Graham that much. I think they should have absolutely considered it if the offer was good. Yeah, I would say yes. They should have considered it. But now they have the 33 and they have the 36. So I do think that the Browns will be, looking. They have the 33, they have the 36, and they have the 3rd pick of the 3rd round, and they have another 3rd rounder. So I think they will be looking to trade into potentially the late 1st or just staying at 33 and taking a quarterback there to give themselves an option. But if it doesn't work out, they can just take another quarterback next year. They have another 1st round pick next year. So the Raiders clock is moving, and we are waiting, and we will see. Yes, they could. They could still get both. Absolutely. Look, position to get Dart. Possible if the Giants don't trade ahead of them. Or maybe Dart goes to the Steelers or the Saints. Who knows? We're going to have to see. I do think Dart goes in round 1. I do think we talk about Dart tonight. Carolina has been fielding calls about trading the number 8 pick. Interesting. Could the Cowboys be looking to move up to number 8 to get T-Mac, Tetairoa McMillan? Yes, I have the pick here. It has been brought to my attention that the Raiders have taken Ashton Jeanty with the number 6 overall pick. What a wonderful day. It's the spot that we were talking about the whole time. Ashton Jeanty to the Raiders. So Mason Graham is an interior disruptor. I do think it'll be great for them to pair with Myles Garrett. I think so. But they have 2 firsts next year, which I think is good to help them get a quarterback next year if it does not work out this year with whatever quarterback they draft. So where are we? So right now we've had 1 trade. So Jeanty is going to look good in black. I do think the Browns have a good opportunity to do that. Jeanty is going to look good in black. I think so. I think he's going to look great in Raiders black. Okay, so we have Cam Ward, 101, Titans. Ashton Jeanty, 106, Raiders. We have Travis Hunter, 102, Jaguars. Now we are looking at Tetairoa McMillan, Tyler Warren as players that could be coming off the board in the near future. TV coverage is always on a delay. That's true. So we've now moved to the Jets, who are on the clock. The Jets, we are waiting for the Jets. So who do you think the Jets are going to pick? And if you have any Dynasty questions, get them in the chat. I'm always here to, that's why we're here. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I feel like the Jaguars did overpay for Hunter. I like Hunter. Great player. Would I have paid a future first just to move up 3 spots and more? No. I don't think so. That's too risky in the NFL for anything other than a quarterback. So yes, I do feel like they overpaid. Next 4 to 5 picks will be interesting. Yeah, I agree with that. The only way it makes sense for Travis Hunter, and I do think this is what we're going to get, is if you legitimately think you can get a starting cornerback and a starting wide receiver in one player at that position, then it's worth it. If you can get someone who is your cornerback 1 or cornerback 2 and your wide receiver 1 or wide receiver 2, he's not going to be the wide receiver 1 on the Jaguars. So you have to hope he's your wide receiver 2 and your cornerback 1. That's what you're thinking he might be. Yeah. Well, nothing ever goes the Browns' way, you know? They've been cursed forever, ever since Bottlegate. It's a pull. Bottlegate. You know who the Browns played in the Bottlegate game? The Jaguars and Tom Coughlin, head coach Tom Coughlin in Bottlegate. Go look it up if you're interested in some history. Very interesting. Bottlegate situation. If you want a bonus point for no real bonus, but for my my excitement, I told you that the Jaguars coach during Bottlegate was Tom Coughlin. Who was the Browns coach during that game? Who was the Browns coach during Bottlegate? Answer that question. See, that's a good trivia question. Answer that. See if you can get that question right. Yeah. Tim Couch didn't work out. How do you feel about Jalen Milroe and his dynasty value if you can sneak into round 1 versus round 2? I feel a lot better about it in round 1. Jalen Milroe has the fantasy value that we're looking for. The problem is he needs to be a quarterback and a starting quarterback. The Giants just announced that they will be picking up Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year option. They're not planning on trading him. So they're going to be proceeding with that front. Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau, and Brian Burns. Yeah, I'd rather he go on one. Wow. That's a nice pull. Butch Davis. Yes. Was the head coach of the Browns at that stage. Absolutely. Great answer. He was very angry during the Bottlegate incident, by the way. Got an offer for my Addison in 410. I would get Shakir, Chuba, and 2 of 3. I'm going Addison. It was Butch Davis. Great pull. I agree. If Hunter reaches the ceiling both ways, yeah. He's not going to get paid like a cornerback and a wide receiver added would. That would be like $50 million. He's not going to get paid that. So yes, he would be very cost effective. I agree with that. What type of return do we look to get from moving back from early first? I'm open to a lot of different returns. You can move back and then get an extra first. You can look to trade veterans. Be specific. What pick are you trading? What types of assets are you looking for? Give me some examples. You know, on a live stream, I need an example, not just what type of return. I am looking to trade down from that area, though. Kelly Holcomb wasn't very good, but yeah, I do see this pick. The Jets have selected offensive tackle Armand Membu. Armand Membu, the pick for the Jets. So they are going to fix the offensive line. A good move for the Jets, I think. I do think it's the right pick. If they were going to stay, I think that was the correct selection for me. I like Tyler Warren. Am I taking Tyler Warren in the top 7? Probably not. So, yeah. What's your opinion on Ray Davis? He sucks. He's almost 26 years old already. And no, I don't think he'll ever be viable. So he's the same age as James Cook. Why would I not rather just have James Cook? So, yeah. My interest in Ray Davis is minimal. So I'll remind people to look at the pin post. Remember to use code Tyler Round 1. I'll copy just the code. Tyler Round 1 for 75% off my Patreon for your first one. That'll get you through all of rookie season. 75% off. This is the biggest deal I've ever offered. It's the biggest deal I've ever offered. 75% off. And that is something that will not be offered. It's one night only. You have 3 hours and 4 minutes left to sign up for the Patreon. Patreon.com/fantasy advice. Use code TylerRound1, which is on the screen. I would love to see more signups, please. And thank you. Well, I am kind of blunt. You know, I'm not a fan of Ray Davis at all. Yeah, I agree. We did discuss it in the Patreon. I also have to say, I'm a big fan of Armand Mimbu. I have been throughout the process. I think he's a good offensive lineman. I'm glad the Jets didn't take Kelvin Banks over him, which would have been a big mistake. So the right choices were made. The Bills have a very good run blocking line. Does the quarterback help the running backs? The quarterback, Josh Allen, vultures a lot of rushing touchdowns. So is that really true? Not sure if that's actually the case. Not a lot of dump offs in that offense as well. And then Ty Johnson is there to steal those. Would you move 210 and 211 to move to the top of the second? Maybe for the 202. But I'm not really loving it this year. Granted, Allen vultures the touchdowns, but he also helps the box stay a little shaded away from the running backs. True. But I wouldn't say it's a help. I think losing the goal line work is more of a negative. Patron here. How much is the gap between 101 and 102? Uh-oh. Camera went down again. I think we're back. Thanks for being a patron, first and foremost. Second, would I add the 111? I think not. I think in a super flex, are we talking a super flex or 1 QB? In a super flex, I'd rather have the 102 and 111. Cam Ward to me is a very valuable asset. I'm not adding 111 to a franchise quarterback to get a running back. So in a 1 QB though, I might rather the 101. If that helps answer your question. As a Bears fan, I hope they don't take tight end in round 1. I got to tell you, if we get to 10 and Tyler Warren, no other skill position players have been taken, and they don't trade the pick away, I think Tyler Warren's the pick for the Bears. I really do. I think it's an upgrade over Cole Kmet. Cole Kmet's fine. Tyler Warren, I think, could take the offense to the next level. Mike Vrabel says the Raiders might be interested, or not the Raiders, the Patriots might be interested in trading back into round 1. Potentially. So the Panthers pick is in. What will it be? We're still waiting on the Panthers. I'm also predicting Warren to the Bears at 10. Waiting on the Panthers for now. No trade at 8. So we'll just be waiting for the Panthers selection. Could it be Tetairoa McMillan? Could it be Jalen Walker? Or could it be someone else? We will have to see. Oof. Let's see. But yeah, thank goodness the Jets didn't draft a fantasy relevant player at 7. Yeah, I would not have wanted Tetairoa McMillan to go to the Jets. Tonight? None. I don't think a backfield will be surprisingly eviscerated tonight. That's a surprise. Tomorrow? Yes. I do think one could be surprisingly eviscerated. I am looking at the Cincinnati Bengals. Will that be that surprising? Maybe not. But that is the one. And the Commanders, if there's one tonight, it's the Commanders going running back at 29. I think that would be the one that would people are not expecting that. Oh, wow. All right, I have the pick at number 8. The Panthers have selected wide receiver Tetairoa McMillan. Wonderful. Wonderful for his value. Top 8 draft capital. Excellent. We like to see that. That's higher than Rome Odunze last year. We love that. So for me, Tetairoa McMillan will be ahead of Travis Hunter. Because is Travis Hunter a better prospect? Yes. Is Travis Hunter in the same tier as a prospect? I'm going to say yes. I think they are in the same tier. Tetairoa McMillan is more productive. Travis Hunter is more explosive, more exciting. But when we add in all of the problems with Travis Hunter, the fact that Brian Thomas is there, the problem of playing cornerback, it's enough problems to make it that we would prefer Tetairoa McMillan. No, I wouldn't. I think we're going to be talking about right now. I have Ashton Jeanty 1, Cam Ward 2, Tetairoa McMillan 3, and Travis Hunter at 4. That's a very clear order for me. That's not going to change. What could change is, does Tetairoa McMillan, no other wide receiver will pass him. So, and no tight end will pass him, even in tight end premium. So no quarterback will pass him at this point either. So now it's too late. The quarterbacks have already fallen far enough down the board that my confidence in them is a little shaken. They're not franchise quarterback. Franchise quarterback doesn't fall past all these position players. So for me, we're really deciding what is better. If there are first round running backs that still go, they will be compared to Hunter and McMillan. Second round running backs, McMillan will be ahead of them all. It'll just be a question of second round running backs versus Hunter. I think it's over. I think you can just, for me, I'm going to have zero interest. I told you to sell Xavier Legette. I told you to stash Jalen Coker for nothing, but not to pay for him. So yeah, it's over. It's over. McMillan is the only wide receiver I want on the Panthers. I don't want anyone else. I think this is a good opportunity for Bryce Young. I will say. Bryce Young, he better deliver. He better deliver. Otherwise, he's not going to be the quarterback the year after. He must deliver. Yes, McMillan is ahead of Hunter for me. That is in no doubt. The question will be, where do first round running backs go versus those guys? I still think I'm going to lean Hunter over a second round running back. I think that could be close if it's a perfect situation. I'm going to have McMillan over all second round running backs. So that's for sure. But first round Hampton to the Broncos or something, I'd probably prefer over these wide receivers. As a prospect, I'm not as confident in McMillan this year as I was in Odunze last year, to give you an idea. I think McMillan is a worse prospect. I like him, but I'm not sure. I'm not as convinced. Put it that way. I'm not watching on TV, so I don't know how it is. Glad I sold Coker. Well, I wasn't saying to buy Coker. But yes, it's the kind of player, you always sell players in that range if you can get a good value. Absolutely. It's a good example. Panthers surprised all. I really didn't think they'd be taking a wide receiver. I really didn't. They were saying defense, 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 defense the whole way. Now we have to see what the Cowboys are going to do. I think that's the big thing now. What will the Cowboys, and I'm going to make that my next poll. I think we have wide receivers. Most people voted on 3 more. We already had one with Tetairoa McMillan. I'm going to start a new poll. I'm going to start a new poll. Also, if you want to do a super chat, that's a good way to support me. I think the Cowboys are the big one. The Cowboys at 12, I think, are the big wild card. Could they take Matthew Golden? Or who else is even on the Cowboys list? You think so? I cannot see the Cowboys going for a cornerback there. I put up the poll. Matthew Golden, Kelvin Banks, trade down, or another player. Those were the players I thought were the most likely. Now, what will the Saints do? Well, it won't be Kelvin Banks because the Saints just picked Kelvin Banks. It looks as if that will be the case. So for me, very clear so far in Superflex rookie drafts. Ashton Jeanty, number 1. Cam Ward, number 2. Tetairoa McMillan, 3. Travis Hunter, 4. Very clear. No question. If you have your 104 pick, I think you should be happy. I think Tetairoa McMillan, I'm going to be deciding between him and Rome Odunze. What would I prefer? Would I rather have the prospect I liked a little better, whose rookie year was a little bit negative, but is on a team that I'm more confident in, with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, who I still like better than Bryce Young? Or would I rather have Tetairoa McMillan, what I have not seen? I think those two are going to be very close. I'm probably going to lean Rome Odunze. I just think he's better, but they're going to be back-to-back. Tetairoa McMillan is going to be ahead of known non-alphas, like Jordan Addison, Devonta Smith. I'd rather take a chance on Tetairoa McMillan over those guys. Xavier Worthy, I'd rather have Tetairoa McMillan. So Tetairoa McMillan's going to be right, but I'm going to rather have guys like Garrett Wilson or T. Higgins or Rashee Rice, players we've seen big upside from those players. I'd rather have those guys over Tetairoa McMillan. So I know exactly where he's going to be. Right in there with, it's a question of, him, Rome Odunze, AJ Brown, and that's kind of a rebuilding thing. I do have concern, and that's why McMillan at 8, great draft capital. Prospect I like, solid landing spot. I'm going to have McMillan, who does not have cornerback concerns, over Hunter. That's for sure. So it's just going to be a question of other players versus Hunter. No other wide receivers are probably going to pass Hunter, though. They'd have to go high. And I don't see that as being high enough. Paul Patterson just did a poll on Twitter. Currently, Travis Hunter is leading Tetairoa McMillan. I disagree. Thanks. You're welcome. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. It's a great way to support, just as good as signing up for the Patreon. Super chats will be another way to encourage me to do another stream tomorrow. I just get so exhausted doing these. That's really the thing that gets me. I get a little tired, Shedeur and Dart are going to be interesting. I can tell you Shedeur was not going to the Saints if we'd been, paying attention recently. So I think Shedeur is going 21 to the Steelers. But we're going to have to see. Warner, it's your last name. Tyler Warren at 10 to the Bears seems simple. Yeah, I mean, we're going to see. Would you rather have, well, we're going to have to see where those running backs go. I assume it's Caleb Johnson. But yeah, if you're not a patron, I can't tell if you are. My rookie ranks will come out after each round, after each day. So they'll come out immediately. we're going to see. I am not open to having a second-round running back ahead of Tetairoa McMillan. That will not happen. I am open to having a second-round running back ahead of Travis Hunter. I'm going to say probably not. It would have to be a perfect situation. But, yeah. Right now, I'm expecting Omarion Hampton to be ahead of Tetairoa McMillan, but that's not a lock. Saints really didn't like Shedeur. No, they didn't like Shedeur. I think Shedeur is in the range of not a franchise quarterback, for sure. Steelers have to be going quarterback? I do think so. That's my prediction. I predicted Shedeur Sanders just picked at 21. That would be my prediction if I had to pick a chip on it. So right now, the leader is not Kelvin Banks in the poll where Kelvin Banks was already taken. The leader, Matthew Golden, 41% of people say Matthew Golden. 22% of people say trade down. 22% say other player for the Cowboys at 12. As for the Bryce Young stock, I will say this. If you don't believe in Bryce Young, now's the time to move on. Because we have seen a few good games out of Bryce Young in 2 years. He was bad in his rookie year. He was bad for most of his second year. If you don't believe in Bryce Young, this is the time to move on. And I would be consider putting him on the block. I don't think Shedeur is drafted in round 1. I do think he is. I do think he is. Pick is in for the Bears. We're going to have to see. We're going to have to see who the pick is. It's going to be very interesting. Let's see. The pick is in. The Bears were the surprise of the draft. Whoa. Whoa. It is a surprise. It is. Tight end, Colston Loveland. Interesting. Very interesting. Colston Loveland, 10 to the Bears. Not Tyler Warren, but Colston Loveland. Wow. Okay. So now I think this is something, I think all these other things, I think we saw Travis Hunter maybe going to 102 Jacksonville coming as of today. Ashton Jeanty going to Vegas was like the chalk forever. And Tetairoa McMillan going to 8 to the Panthers maybe was not popular recently, but had been talked about a lot early in the process. Now, I don't think we had ever discussed, I don't think I've even once discussed Colston Loveland going ahead of Tyler Warren. That I thought was very unlikely. And Colston Loveland going to the Bears specifically, I thought that was very unlikely. So I do agree that he's good. Absolutely. So what do we do with Colston Loveland? I don't know. Is this enough to put Colston Loveland ahead of Tyler Warren? The landing spot sucks. It sucks. I mean, it is a bad landing spot. Why is it bad? Let's go over why it's bad. Is there any chance that Colston Loveland is going to displace DJ Moore or Rome Odunze anytime soon? No, it's not going to happen. Is Cole Kmet going to just vanish from existence? No, Cole Kmet is a good player. He's not going to disappear. So am I going to dismiss Colston Loveland? No. He'll be a first-round pick in Superflex tight end premium leagues. It's hard for him not to be. But I'm nervous. I'm nervous about this spot. I'm not. But like in Dynasty ranks, I mean, Colston Loveland with this type of draft capital is probably the Dynasty tight end 4 or 5. I mean, there's really nowhere else for him to be. He can't be behind like Tucker Kraft or 32-year-old George Kittle. It's really just, he's not going to be ahead of Bowers, McBride, or Laporta. So it's really just him versus Hawk and Tyler Warren. So, yeah. Loveland can block. Yeah, he's a complete tight end. No, Cole Kmet is finished. Cole Kmet finished. But Dawson Knox is finished too. And I'm not saying that Cole Kmet is going to be the starter. I'm saying that we've seen that as much as we so badly want Dawson Knox to go away, that doesn't happen. That hasn't happened. Dawson Knox has been just enough of a thorn. Like a little thorn in the side. It's just enough. It's enough. It doesn't take much to make a tight end irrelevant. It just takes coming off the field 30% of the time is enough. And that's all it takes. And Cole Kmet is better than Michael Mayer, right? I mean, Cole Kmet is better than Dawson Knox, right? Cole Kmet is better than those guys. So, yes, Cole Kmet finished. But that doesn't mean that because Cole Kmet is finished, that he's not still going to annoy us. Does that make sense? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm going to be totally out. This is not the spot I wanted. Yeah, I'm out. I'm going to be out. There's just no way. There's just no way. The problem is, like, I'm going to have to rank him somewhere, but I don't know. I mean, I'd rather have Laporta. Because I think, what's the ceiling of Loveland? To become Laporta? I don't think he can really become more than that. He's going to be, at best, I mean, I think that's what they want him to do, but he has to actually be that. We don't know if he can be that. So, yeah. I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed to drafting Loveland. I'm opposed to drafting him in the top 5. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, that's also not great. But I'd rather that, actually, because at least he can play all of the snaps. Let others draft. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to do that. Oh, my God. That would be insane. If you want to talk about insane. Insane would be if the 49ers drafted Warren and moved off of Kittle. Warren's a great pick for the Bears. I don't disagree. I think I would have taken Warren. I don't disagree that Warren is a good pick for them. I think it's going to help their offense. Is it what we wanted for fantasy? No, it's not. The Bears were not a landing spot for a tight end that I wanted. Not excited for this, for Loveland to compete against two great wide receiver talents. I will say, I'll just say this. Is Loveland good enough of a receiver that I am worried for Romo Dunze and DJ Moore because of his existence? No. I think the thing that this matters the most is it helps Caleb Williams. We have another target to help Caleb Williams perform better. That is true. That is inarguable. That is a fact. What I think, another fact, Cole Kmet is dead, done, finished. I've learned that when these guys are replaced, they're done. Dawson Knox, done. Michael Mayer, done. These guys are done when something happens like this. That is a fact. How relevant Colston Loveland is, I don't know. We're going to have to see. He's, like I said, he's probably going to be ranked, comparable to TJ Hawkinson. Right in that range. I think it'll be the kind of thing, like if I'm rebuilding, I'd rather have Colston Loveland. If I'm competing, I'd rather have TJ Hawkinson. So they'll probably be back to back. But that is the value around TJ Hawkinson. I agree. I would have taken Warren. Loveland before Warren in terms of Dynasty? Probably. I mean, he went earlier. So I would lean that way. I think you may be seeing that name tonight. I'll just say on Mason Taylor. Yes, it does. I think that it showed that at least one team preferred Colston Loveland. I think I'm going to have Loveland higher. I preferred Warren, but I wasn't convicted enough that now that the draft capital is reversed, that I'm not going to switch it to prefer Loveland. This is a better pick for the real life team than it is for fantasy. 100% agree. I have no issues with this pick for real life. It's just maybe not what we wanted, but I'd rather have Warren go 10 with that level of capital to the Bears than wait all the way to 22 for him to go to the Chargers. I'd rather him. 10 says this is an important player. 22 says, well, get this player involved. I don't know. I'm not sure. 10 says this is a centerpiece. So I do think for those purposes, it's good. But I would have rathered it be a different situation. Do you think teams are afraid to draft Shedeur Sanders because eventually Primetime will push to be the coach? Maybe. But I also just think I think if Shedeur Sanders' name was John Smith, everyone would have the same opinion. He's good, not great. He deserves probably be the mid to late first round pick. He has some good traits, low ceiling, could be a starter for many years. Probably not going to be all that great, but if you put him in a Jared Goff type situation, he could have some good years. That's the reality. But because of all of the overexposure, of the coach prime, all these other things, there are a lot of wild takes about Shedeur Sanders. But again, if his name was John Smith, he would go in the mid to late first. It's always where he would have been, and that would have been the reality. I mean, so far there's only been one trade, correct? There was the trade between the Browns and the Jags, and that's been it. But I think fantasy relevant players have gone earlier than I expected. I mean, I didn't expect, McMillan to go at 8. I didn't Jeanty. I didn't expect. Yeah, I mean, yeah, McMillan at 8 and Loveland at 10 is a surprise. That would be wild if the 49ers went with Tyler Warren. That would be insane. That would make me think George Kittle is being traded. Okay, so what are my big takeaways from this draft? Some people are saying, well, now I'm worried about Rome Odunze. Rome Odunze is a strong buy. Colston Loveland, a tight end who never produced that much in college, is not going to prevent Rome Odunze, a wide receiver with massive production, from hitting. That is delusional thinking. So Rome Odunze might be a buy as well. Some people are saying Shedeur Sanders to the 49ers. That would be funny. Jalen Walker is the pick for the 49ers that I would do. That seems... I'm still trying to find the 49ers pick. 51 of you in here. Wow. Over 50. 52 people. Wow. Wow. I love that. For anyone just joining, make sure that you check out the Patreon. Use code TylerRound1. It's good for the next until the end of the night, so the next like 2.5 hours. 75% off your first month of the Patreon. Patreon.com/fantasyadvice. 75% off. This is the best offer I've offered all year. And I hope that some of the people in here do choose to sign up. And take me up on it. 75% off. Best offer. Will Johnson's going to be a huge value. I do agree with that. But he was sliding in the drafts even before it happened. All right. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. The pick is in for the 49ers. Let's see. Let's see what happens. The 49ers explored trading up, but stayed put. And got Georgia edge Michael Williams. Edge Georgia. Okay. Not Jalen Walker, but Michael Williams. Interesting. Okay. And here we are to the Cowboys selection. The moment I think we have been waiting for. We have been waiting for the Cowboys selection. We are now here. Of the 32 votes, 50% of people voted Matthew Golden. 19% said trade down. 25% said other player. So, will it be Matthew Golden? We're going to see. Yeah. Dan Morgan, Panthers GM, says they're done drafting tonight, so they're not trading back into the first. The Cowboys pick is in. Will it be a defensive player? Oh my God. Not a defensive player. This is a big moment for the Cowboys, who, well, they did pick someone. They did. They picked guard Tyler Booker. Not good. Not good. Not a fan of that choice. I don't think Tyler Booker was the best value on the board. I don't think so. I think that would have been Jalen Walker. Tyler Booker? Not sure he would have been my choice. I'm looking for him in the best available, and I don't know. Yeah. Tyler Booker. Yeah, well. Okay. It's a decision. A decision that the Cowboys have made. Oh, boy. I don't get it. I just don't think a guard at 12 was the best move. There are other better players on the board. I think Tyler Warren might have been a choice for them, actually. Kind of do the same thing the Bears did. The receiver you wanted wasn't there. Take a tight end instead. Jake Ferguson's in the final year of his deal. I don't think they're going to extend him. But, jeez. Tyler Booker. I don't love it. Not good. Not good. I'm not loving it. But they made a decision. Tyler Booker it is. The Dolphins on the clock now. Now, the Dolphins are here. Almost every mock had the Dolphins taking offensive line, but offensive line is a little lacking. Could they take Grace Dable? I don't know. Some people had the Dolphins taking Kelvin Banks. He's gone. So what will the Dolphins do at 13? Could the Dolphins shock us with Shedeur Sanders? I see someone saying the Cowboys went vanilla. They did. Not a pick I would have liked. Jahdae Barron could be interesting. Over Will Johnson. I don't know. I would rather have Will Johnson, I think. Tyler Booker. Yeah, it's not. I don't get it. Why don't they like Jalen Walker? I think would have added a little more excitement. A guard at 12. That doesn't do it for me. That doesn't do it. So I don't give the Cowboys pick a very good grade, I think. The Dolphins, I think, could surprise us here, though. Could the Dolphins take Will Johnson, a cornerback? Could they do that? Could they shock us and take a wide receiver? Marcus Mosier says Tyler Booker was number 32 on the expert consensus board. What a joke. That's why I couldn't find him. I scrolled down. I couldn't find him where he was on the list. So, not good. If they were going to do that, they should have traded down. Betting odds had Barron as a, Will Johnson to me would be the choice, but I see so far we've only had one trade. Apparently Tyler Booker had a poor RAS score. So was it a need? Maybe, but he was just a bad choice. I don't think he was worthy of the 12th overall pick. You don't draft for need in the NFL. You draft for talent. All right. So we're waiting on the Dolphins. I would love to see the Dolphins stun us with like Shedeur Sanders here. Wouldn't that be exciting? Shedeur Sanders. The Cowboys offensive line has Tyler Booker, Tyler Smith, and Tyler Guyton, all first-round picks, all named Tyler. Oh, I kind of biased towards that, I guess. Dolphins, Will Johnson makes sense. I mean, we're going to have to see. But yeah, I think we're still going to get some fantasy relevant players. 50 people in the live chat. So we'll keep that going. I appreciate everyone for tuning in. At best, there will be 3 more trades. Yeah, Michael Williams. We went through that. Tyler Booker had a RAS score of 3.68. What an embarrassment. I certainly wouldn't have taken a guard with a RAS of 3.68 at pick 12. I can tell you that. Warren and Jalen Walker slipping. I see Warren at 14 and Walker at 15 to the Falcons. That would be a steal for the Falcons if they get Jalen Walker at 15. That would be an insane value. This is incredibly helpful. I appreciate that. We're over 2 hours. 2 hours of streaming. The big thing is we still only have one person who's taken me up on my 75% off offer for the Patreon. I went over it on the Sunday video, but I'm going to be in there helping you with your rookie drafts, helping you with your dynasty teams for every day during rookie drafts. I'm going to be there. I'm going to help you. I'm going to make sure you're a winner. So make sure that you sign up for the Patreon by the end of the night. Use code TylerRound1 for 75% off the first month of the Patreon. Please sign up. I appreciate that so much. Warren of the Colts is going to happen. I do think so. Cowboys, whatever can go wrong will go wrong. Stephen A. crying somewhere. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. So we are waiting on the Dolphins. And we're going to see. There's a lot of people are laughing at the Cowboys front office. I'm still waiting for the Dolphins selection. Defensive tackle Tyler Grant, who I've never heard of. Not a sexy pick for the Dolphins. Yeah. 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 But I will say, if you upgrade, you can still get 75% off using the code at checkout. If Hampton goes in the second, are you picking Tet at 102 ahead of him? Yes. I would rather have Tet over Hampton in the second, no doubt. It's not official, but I'm hearing from Twitter that Tyler Warren is going to go 14 to the Colts. Oof. Oh, yeah. Kenneth Grant. Why did it say Tyler Grant? Kenneth Grant, I've heard of. Cam Jordan is saying on Twitter that the first round isn't over for the Saints, so keep an eye on that. So I think we need a new poll. Where does Shedeur Sanders go? Where does Shedeur Sanders go? Does he go to the Steelers? The Giants? The Browns? The Saints? Or leave a comment if you don't like any of those answers and you say he doesn't go in round 1 at all. Okay, Atlanta. What's happening with Atlanta? Yeah, Kenneth Grant, Dolphins defensive tackle. Now we're at the wow, Jalen Walker to the Falcons is going to be an absolute steal. I will just say that. Shedeur to the Giants. Maybe. They could trade back in for him. Saints are probably trying to get back in the first for Dart. I do think so. I think the Saints have their eye on Dart. I think the Giants have their eye on Dart. Colts, I think it's going to be Colston Loveland. Or not Colston Loveland. Tyler Warren. Steelers make the most sense for Shedeur. Kenneth Grant is a monster. He's massive upside. Warren to the Colts. Sanders goes somewhere they don't mind firing the coach. That'll be interesting. If he's not picked by the Steelers, he'll probably fall a second. I kind of agree with that. I do think it'll probably be the Steelers or not at all. Okay. So we're moving on to the Colts, who have selected tight end Tyler Warren. So this is the spot that we were looking at. Is it a great spot? No. Am I totally going to fade Tyler Warren because he's there? No. I'm probably going to stick with Loveland over Warren. He was drafted earlier. He's younger. And between the spots, they both have some pluses and minuses. Loveland has more competition at the tight end position. Warren, it's kind of a weird thing because Warren I like better on the Colts than Loveland. Why is that? Because I think Warren can play every down. Loveland, I worry a little about that. So Warren, I think, can just play every down. He can play 12 personnel. He can play 11 personnel. He can do it all. So depends on where they're valued. I'm not opposed. They have good draft capital, but yeah. So basically, TJ Hawkinson in my dynasty rankings is kind of going to be right around Loveland. Like Loveland and Warren are going to be ahead of. Like I just don't want. I get it. George Kittle is productive, but George Kittle is going to be 32. I'd rather take a chance on Loveland or Warren being what we want over sticking with George Kittle. So George Kittle had it 5. So it's going to be Brock Bowers 1, Trey McBride 2, Sam Laporta 3, and then Hawkinson, Loveland, and Warren are going to be the tier 4, 5, and 6. But that's not that high in my overall ranks. So that'll probably be like, it'll be behind McMillan. It'll be behind Hunter. It'll probably be behind any first-round running backs and maybe some second-round running backs. So we'll see. All right, Atlanta's up. This is almost certainly going to be defense. I find it hard to believe that it's not going to be. The Rams were making calls to move up, and teams believed that they were seeking to draft wide receiver Tetairoa McMillan. So a lot of people were interested in Tet. 16 votes on the Shedeur Sanders poll. 69% of people are saying Steelers. So I'm still hoping for some more patrons from this show. I was really hoping for that. We had one right off the bat, but then we haven't had any other new patrons sign up since. I set a target for you know, 5 new Patreon signups. I really would love it if we could get more. Patreon.com/fantasy advice. And the code Tyler round 1 for 75% off your first month. I would really love it if some more people signed up. Yeah. It just would really help. I don't know. I always, on these live streams, I always feel like so exhausted, and yeah, it would really make me feel better about it overall. This is actually a good spot for Warren. No competition. I do think that's true. And when Richardson gets good this year, they draft the top quarterback prospect next year. So for tight end, I don't really care about that. The one thing I do worry about is this is a team that plays 11 personnel exclusively. And, is Warren going to overtake these wide receivers? I don't know. I don't really see too much of a path for him to be relevant year one, but Warren would be a good taxi hold. I don't worry about that too much. 6 skill players in the top 14. Yeah, that's nice. I mean, it's nice that for all that people shat on this draft class, we've still had a lot of players drafted high. So at the end of the day, I set my marker at 14 for tight ends being premium. As in, if they were picked in the top 14, I would consider them premium in this draft. If they fell further than that, I would consider them not premium. So both tight ends got what I would call premium draft capital, which means they will probably be, late first round picks in Superflex tight end premium. I have them behind. I just think there's more upside to taking Travis Hunter. Like if you're right about, camera's back down again. Like if we're right about Colston Loveland or Tyler Warren, I still don't think they're Brock Bowers. Like I think you're maybe getting a slightly better version of Sam Laporta if you're right. And that's if you're right. So the ceiling on someone like Travis Hunter is just higher. So they're going to be behind Tetairoa McMillan, behind Travis Hunter. So right now, I'm assuming we're going to running back in round 1. So those guys will be ahead. It does feel that way. It does feel that. So to me, Ashton Jeanty is the clear number 1. Cam Ward is the clear number 2. And Tetairoa McMillan is the clear number 3 for now. A first-round running back would be in that same tier, and Travis Hunter will be in that same tier. But yes, it does feel like these tight ends, a bunch of second-round running backs, wide receivers like Egbuka or Golden, first-round quarterbacks who go now. Yes, that does feel like a very full range. I do agree. I'm not in any money leagues. Otherwise, I would sign up. Yeah, it is tough. Like, I get that, it really does help support the content. Like, I'm just honest. Like, I can roll out the videos and just do them. They're a good marketing tool. I think they're good content. They get really good numbers. I can continue to roll those out. For these types of live streams, they exhaust me. Nobody watches them after. So I really need to see that it produced something. And, if it's not going to produce, patrons, even if I'm offering a special discount code during the show, then it probably isn't worth it, despite the audience, for me to do it. Because these wear me out. They really do. And that's why live content is not a part of my regular content program. There's a reason I don't do a live show every week. So overall, I think so far this has been a very successful show. Will I do a show tomorrow? As of now, I'm leaning no. If there are more Patreon signups, maybe I'll change my mind. But as of now, I'm leaning no. But we'll see. We'll see. There's still some time left for the rest of the evening. Falcons clock is clicking down. So there's only been one trade, which is stunning to me. I really expected there would be more. Let's see. Also, the Colts were very disciplined. They just sat at 14 and they got their guy anyway. They didn't have to trade up for him. So I'm still looking for. Oh, man. Oh, maybe just for this, I'll do the show tomorrow. Thank you for this $50 super sticker. I really appreciate that. I don't really know what to say other than thank you. I really do appreciate that. Yeah. I'm trying my best to kind of stay awake. I'm also I'm also not a night person for doing content. I will say I record my videos for if you're here, it's almost 10 p.m. Eastern during the draft. You're here, you're watching me. I'll give you some inside baseball. I record my videos in the afternoon. So I'm definitely much more awake. Live content needs to be done at night. I'm definitely much more sleepy. So I'm definitely like a daytime person in terms of like working. So that's another reason also why I prefer the videos. But I do really appreciate this. Ooh. But yeah, I start to like fade away around this time. I will say, I joined the Discord before I joined any money leagues. I didn't know that actually. Patreon is not only really informative, but also really fun and enjoyable. I advise people to give it a try for a month. Why, thank you. Yeah, I try to make it fun and enjoyable. And yeah, keep it serious enough that like we're delivering advice first and foremost, but also not just be like dry and boring and try to deliver something more than just answering the questions with no emotion. Keep it going. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I'm going to keep it going. I'm going to finish out round 1. I'm more thinking about what I'm going to do tomorrow than today. I appreciate that. And I do find it to be a lot of fun. I've been in other paid Discords and the creators rarely even participate. Tyler's is the exact opposite. Constant insight. Yes, I'm active in there every day. I do find that, sometimes it's so active that I'm trying to respond to something and I got to scroll all the way up. I got to scroll like really far to get up to what I want to respond to. It's so many comments that I have to scroll, but I'm active in there every day. Like it's rare that I'm not in there multiple times a day. So yes, if you sign up for Patreon, you will get interactions with the creator, not just with the Discord, with the creator, with me. You will get to interact with me. That is something that you won't get during rookie drafts outside of the Patreon. Falcons got a gem. Yes, they did. Jalen Walker at 15. That is an absolute steal. It's an absolute steal. And yeah, there's nothing else to say about it other than that it's a steal. We'll have to be on the lookout for Brenton Strange getting cooked in the 3rd round. I do think the Jaguars could take another tight end to take some time, but I'm just not interested in Brenton Strange anyway. He's a roster clogger. Shout out, Jesse. Very generous. Tyler deserves it. I do really appreciate that. And yeah, I do appreciate the super chats. They really help the algorithm on YouTube. So I very much appreciate that. All right. There aren't any content creators with the DM access Tyler provides. Nobody. It's true. If you sign up for the DM tiers that I offer, I will respond to you probably at an unhealthy rate, I would say. I think I'm more responsive than I probably should be for my own mental health, but I don't care. I love talking to people. Like I said, a lot of people think I'm introverted. I'm not at all. I'm actually a very extroverted person. I love talking to people. I just protect my business and only, talk to patrons for by and large. So yeah, I'm only that way for business reasons. Once you sign up, I love talking. And, as all the patrons in the chat are attesting to, there's no one more active in the with their patrons than I am. I agree. I agree that Jalen Walker at 15 is an absolute steal. So now we're at the Cardinals. Now, the Cardinals are a team that I feel like could take a wide receiver. And I think that could be interesting. Let's see. We're still waiting on Shedeur Sanders. We have that poll. 60% say Shedeur Sanders goes to the Steelers. Okay. Patreon Discord is very active. Sometimes I have to mute for an hour so I can get things done. Well, I do appreciate that. I'm sorry it's so active that it's annoying, but I'm not sorry about that. I'm just sorry, happy that it's that active. And that it's active enough to annoy you. So I guess I'm not sorry for that. I don't know. My voice is starting to hurt a little bit. But. What running back do you think the Bears take with their next pick? Can't see them staying with Swift. I think Travion Henderson or Quinshon Judkins is a target with one of their 2 picks in the early 2nd round. Cards definitely in the golden range here. The 2 big cornerbacks are picks are more likely. Well, we're going to see. We're going to see what happens. Apparently, the Cardinals pick is in. I can't find it anywhere. But I'm looking for it. All right, I'm still looking for the Cardinals pick, which I don't seem to be able to find. But hopefully it'll come through soon. All right. Let me see. Ugh. Turn the air conditioning on. It's getting a little hot in here. A little hot with all of these picks. Defensive tackle, you say? Defensive tackle. What defensive tackle? I still don't see. I'm still looking for the Cardinals selection, which I still have not been able to find. But we're waiting. We're waiting for Walter Nolan, defensive tackle Walter Nolan. Okay. So the Cardinals did not choose to go with a wide receiver. They chose Walter Nolan to beef up their defense. Makes sense. The Bengals at 17, unless they stun me, are not going to take an offensive player. So unless they trade out, the next team we'll be taking a look at is the Seahawks at 18, who have been linked to Matthew Golden a lot. Now, I will say, no trades. No trades. We've had that one early trade, and there has not been another one. I'm kind of surprised. So let's take a look at our poll. 63% say Shedeur Sanders to the Steelers. Leaving for the night, getting late for me, but wanted to thank you for everything, Tyler. You are appreciated. I appreciate that so much. I really do appreciate that. And I know that, my patrons have been extremely appreciative. A lot of people have signed up recently. So I just really do appreciate all of those things. Yeah. But yeah, I really do appreciate that. I will say, overall, the audience on this has been higher than I expected. I didn't expect this to do as well as it's done. So I appreciate the people who've been here. Need option on poll for doesn't go in round 1. Yeah, unfortunately, it limited me to 4 options. So I'm still waiting on a trade, another trade to make its way, maybe. We haven't had that. And then I'm waiting for the Bengals to make their selection. Tyler's the only content creator who won't sugarcoat things and will also be honest with feedback on trades and picks for your teams. It's very helpful to become better. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate being, that's appreciated, that I'm, honest and not just telling you everything is great when it's not. So yes, you can always count on something honest from me. Yeah, I mean, I hate Golden. Golden sucks. So if Golden falls to the early second, I'll have no interest. Do I ever find myself biased picking players for my home team? Well, I'm a Giants fan, so no. Not really, no. The answer is no. Yeah, no. I don't think I'm biased toward players on the Giants. I mean, Tyrone Tracy, I've been very hard on as a talent, and saying that he's bad, or pretty bad. I was never a big fan of Daniel Jones. So, yeah, no. The answer to that question is no. I think I'm pretty fair as well. So I think we're really looking at the Seahawks at 18 and the Broncos at 20, and then Steelers at 21, and then Chargers at 22 for potential offense. Some people were saying the Bucks would take a wide receiver. I don't buy that at all. Oh, great news. Great news. We have a second new patron with my 75% off offer. 2 new patrons. So thank you for signing up. And again, I'm really hoping to hit 5. That was the goal I set at the beginning of the evening. 5 was my goal. We have 2. So I'm hoping for 3 more by the end of the night. What do you think of the Seahawks wide receiver situation with Kupp? Do you think they'll add another piece, or are they good with their group? I think Kupp is washed. He looked bad. I mean, really, really bad. I'm going to need to get some cough syrup in a sec. My voice is really starting to fade away. But yeah, I think they need an outside wide receiver to add to the group. I don't think MVS is good enough. Would I take Matthew Golden at 18? No. Might they do it because it's kind of a fit for their team? Yes. Do they need another wide receiver? Absolutely. I don't think Kupp is really a 2 anymore. We saw he wasn't a 2 for the Rams down the stretch, and then the Rams threw him overboard. New Patreons, you won't be disappointed. I agree. First thing I'm going to do when I get off the stream is send the new patrons the information to join up, send them the ranks, and get them in the Discord. Shout out the 2 new patrons and welcome. You won't regret it. You won't. I promise. Let's go. Who's joining us? Someone mentioned it earlier. And then whoever else joined, I can't tell from the comments who they are. But we have the pick for the Bengals. Okay. When do I update the rookie rank? So I did a final pre-draft rookie rank yesterday. I am going to update the rookie ranks after round 1 immediately. They'll be posted today with players that were picked in round 1. Then for round 2 and round 3, they will be updated immediately. When round 2 and round 3 are over, those ranks will be posted for only players who were picked at that stage. And then after Saturday, I'd say sometime on Sunday morning, they'll be finalized with all players. Sometime on Sunday morning, the final rank will do. So I'm going to do Thursday night, Friday night, and then Sunday morning, I'll do a finalization. Tedder Ward in 10 team. It's close. Very even there. I'm fine going either way. Oh. Yeah. In a 10 team, I don't know. I'd probably try to trade back because Ward's just not as valuable at 102 in a 10 team. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah. But yeah, that'll be the first thing I do after adding the new patrons is getting the ranks up. The Patreon DM level is really like having a personal Dynasty guru on standby. All questions get responded to. Thank you very much. I apologize for bugging him daily. I really don't get bugged. A lot of people say this. They're like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm annoying you. Are you okay? Are you okay with all these questions? I love doing this. I love doing this as a job. What I don't love doing is when people ask me questions, they try to take advantage of me. Like they try to ask me a bunch of questions on Twitter and they just expect me to answer all their questions for free. I don't like that. But once you're paying for it, I love doing this. So yeah, I really do. I really do. As long as you're supporting me, that's part of it. Tyler has impeccable timing to tell you when to sell players who are about to be finished or decline. He might have been the only content creator suggesting to get off of ETN before he fizzled. I'm sure I was not the only person suggesting that, but yes, I did suggest it. Gotta go, but love the content. Always informative. Thank you. I appreciate that. For anyone here, remember to subscribe to the channel and hit that notifications bell because the recording schedule is going to be a little different post-draft, I would say. I'm leaning toward doing my first post-draft video on Sunday. What that video is going to be, the draft will be finished by then. I'm going to do a Sunday video, 5 takeaways, my 5 biggest stories of the draft. From whenever in the draft, my 5, the most important things. Let's say you didn't watch the draft. You didn't pay attention. You're waking up on Sunday. I don't know what happened. I want to hear about it. The big 5, I'm going to do that on Sunday. And then after that, I'm going to look at specific players, maybe some buys, maybe sells, maybe trading rookie picks. I'm going to look at what I did last year, what succeeded. Rookie sleepers were the most common successful content, but it takes a little bit for me to figure out who the sleepers are. So I'll do that. I'm sure I'll do a sleepers video in the first week, but it probably won't be one of the earliest videos. But I'm saying Sunday will be the first video. It'll be 5 takeaways. It'll be covering, the big 5 takeaways from the draft. That'll be what comes on Sunday. Jamar Stewart to the Bengals. I did see that. Defensive player. We all knew the Bengals were taking defense in round 1. Love your vids. My favorite YouTube guy for Dynasty. Now, I am hearing that the Seahawks are talking I'm seeing a lot of things about the Seahawks trading down. Now, let me say this. In the Patreon Discord earlier, I talked about the Seahawks trading down to either the Browns, the Giants, or the Saints for someone to come up and potentially take Jaxson Dart. So I do think that could happen. And I do think this could be our second trade of the evening. So get those votes in on Shedeur Sanders. Oh, ESPN says the pick is in, so there's no trade apparently. So I'll have that in a second. Tyler doesn't miss on rookies. Okay, I miss. Everyone misses on rookies. But I do think I'm good with my rookie process. Very, very good. I do think what I'm elite at is managing the assets of rookie picks and trading them. There is no one better. I am the best. But yes, in terms of the rookie scouting, I've gotten better. It's something I've really tried to improve this year. Tried to improve my rookie process, tried to do more research, tried to do all my rookie write-ups, which are all available on the Patreon. Try to give you more of the why instead of just the right answer. So I've tried to deliver more of that. And I think I've done a pretty good job this year. But yeah, rookies, I'm not a scout. So I've had to learn a lot during my time. And I think I've definitely improved. But I do really appreciate this. Because it is something I've worked on a lot. It's not, doesn't come as naturally to me as actually playing fantasy football. So I'm still looking for the pick is in for the Seahawks. Trying to see. So there's no trade for the Seahawks. Oh, okay. Seahawks to guard Gray Zabel. I'd seen that mocked before. Gray Zabel to the Seahawks. I had seen that mocked for sure. Okay. I am be right back. I'm gonna go get another. We'll get another Gatorade. It's starting to fade away on my voice. And I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I needed another Gatorade. Take a little cough medicine because my voice is struggling. This is, I believe, the third out of 4 years that I'm like a little sick during the draft. So that's kind of sucked. Yes, a lot of people have talked about Gray Zabel to the Seahawks. I think it's a good pick. We're getting into dynasty player range. I do agree. Matthew Golden is still there. Aaron Rodgers is about to sign to make it about him. Oh, low key. I would kind of love this if he signs during the draft. Okay. By the way, a third new patron. I love that. A third new patron. I do really appreciate that. And I've decided to extend the code to go until 1 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, just in case people are watching the stream afterwards. So the code will end at 1 a.m. Eastern time. So in 2 hours and 50 minutes. We already have 3 new patrons from the stream. So I really appreciate that. Okay. let's resume. So we'll see if Hampton to Denver comes true soon. We will see. The Buccaneers are picking, so no trade. So far, just with the one trade. Let's go. Keep the patrons rolling in. Come and join us. Yes, I would love to see more people join us. Okay. Yes, sir. Welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for the super chat, Jesse. Will Johnson, Tampa, got to happen. They need it. I'm stunned that Will Johnson is there, honestly. So yeah, I think Bucks take Jihad Campbell. Well, let's see who the Bucks take. Shedeur Sanders still 58% Steelers. And remember to get your votes in before Sanders is taken. Okay. So the Bucks, I still don't have the Bucks pick. If there are any questions about Dynasty, get them in. I also want to really appreciate the live chat. Usually when I do these streams, there's like some nasty comments, but I'm actually free of those. Tyler, can I sponsor a potential patron that wants to sign up right now? Of course, with the special. There is a way to do that. I have to figure out how to do that though. I don't know if I can. All right, here. I'm going to try to DM you. Let me know if this is like a thing that works. I DM'd you on Discord. We're going to see if that actually works. In theory, it's a feature that works on Patreon, but I've never tested it. So let me know. Steelers have to go Shedeur at oh my God. Okay, we have a very shocking moment. Both Barron and Campbell still on the board. Well, about to sign up. I love that. Johnson, not Campbell. Yes. Emeka Egbuka went to the Bucks. A lot of people were saying this. I don't get it. I'm very confused as to why wide receiver was a need for the Buccaneers. Now, okay, what do we do about this? I think this is a shocking pick. So, first of all, Emeka Egbuka is the second wide receiver off the board. Now, this is better draft capital than I think we expected Egbuka to get, but it's a bad landing spot, right? I mean, it's good in some ways. It's not as good in other ways. I don't know about this. Yep, Egbuka to the Bucks. Everyone's saying it. Egbuka gone and ahead of Golden. Do we like it? Boo. What do you think about it now? Okay, so I will say, this is the first pick. So we had Ashton Jeanty to the Raiders. The Raiders don't have any fantasy relevant running backs. Cam Ward to the Titans. We knew that was going to happen. Tetairoa McMillan to the Panthers. There's no one on the Panthers is that valuable at wide receiver. It didn't affect anyone too much. Travis Hunter to the Jaguars. Brian Thomas is a stud, and the other wide receivers there weren't really worth anything. Colston Loveland to the Bears. Okay, that eviscerated Cole Kmet, but didn't really hurt the wide receivers. Tyler Warren to the Colts. Didn't really hurt any tight ends there because there are no tight ends there. Now this, Emeka Egbuka to the Buccaneers. This is the first player that has wide-ranging effects on valuable dynasty, multiple valuable dynasty assets. So Jalen McMillan, done, finished. Clearly, that was not an answer. It just is what it is. They re-signed Godwin, they added Igbuka. There's no room now for Jalen McMillan. Told you to sell him. That was a call for me to sell Jalen McMillan. So now, in general, when players get draft capital, I like, but the landing spot is bad, I tend to be in on those players. This is one of those situations. Igbuka went earlier than I expected. Oh, we got a fourth new patron. I love that. Fourth new patron. So we're doing good on Patreon. Okay, let's proceed. So people are going to say with Igbuka, this is bad. So I'm going to be in on that player. I'm going to be in on that player because draft and trade. It is strange that something doesn't feel right. Are they really going to go into the season with Igbuka, Godwin, Evans, and McMillan? It doesn't feel right. I do wonder if they have another move. I mean, they just signed Godwin. I don't think they're going to. Are they going to trade Mike Evans? I doubt it. Are they going to trade Jalen McMillan? Maybe. Keep the patrons rolling. Shout out all the new patrons. Thank you so much for that. It is strange. But I will say, Emeka Igbuka went 19th overall. Mike Evans is going to be 32 before the season started. Chris Godwin is 29 coming off a devastating injury. I'm not going to, if I had to pick a dynasty wide receiver in that room, it's going to be Igbuka. Igbuka is going to be ranked the highest. So Igbuka is not going to be that low. But I think the question is, would I rather have Travis Hunter or Igbuka? I'd rather have Travis Hunter. So Travis Hunter is a way better prospect and is not, this situation is also not great. So I'd rather have Travis Hunter over Igbuka. So the question is going to be in tight end premium or regular, Igbuka versus Colston Loveland, Igbuka versus Tyler Warren. I think in non-tight end premium, I'd rather just have Igbuka. But in tight end premium, I think it'll be very, very close. I think those three will be kind of in the same tier. But yeah, in tight end premium, I think they'll be in the same tier in non-tight end premium too, but Igbuka will be at the top of it. In tight end premium, Igbuka might be at the bottom of it. But I'm not going to just fade Emeka Igbuka, who went 19th overall. But for now, I have him 7th in my rankings, but he could easily be. So here's the thing. Igbuka is in a range where second round running backs could pass him. Any first round running back would absolutely. No doubt. But second round running backs could pass Igbuka. If a second round running back goes to a good spot, I'll have him ahead of Igbuka for sure. I like the prospect. When I like the prospect, I like the draft capital. I don't like the situation. That tends to be a player I'm in on because situation is the least important by far. At the end of the day, Godwin's 29. It's not like CeeDee Lamb, who's 26, or Brian Thomas, who's 23. Godwin is 29, and Mike Evans is 32. I'm only going to fade Igbuka. I'm only going to lower Igbuka a little bit. But at the end of the day, it's not like I love Igbuka as a prospect. It's not like Igbuka was my favorite prospect or the best prospect ever. I see from Jordan Schultz, Giants trying to trade into the first round. We're going to see about that. So basically, how do we look at the Bucs? Because this is going to make my 5 takeaways. McMillan's dead. And, Evans and Godwin are hurt. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm worried. I'm worried that Godwin's injury is worse than we think. I don't know. Pick is in for the Broncos. We'll get that in a second. They just signed Godwin to a big deal. Yeah, they're not going to trade Godwin after just having signed him. It would be Evans that would be traded, but I also don't see that. So I'm a little confused. Okay. Did the Bucs simply have Igbokwe that high on their board and couldn't pass regardless of need? I do think that's the situation. Broncos went cornerback. Jahdae Barron. Okay. I don't think the Bucs will trade any of their wide receivers. I think they will ride all of them until the end of 2025, unless they're knocked out of the playoffs really early. Yeah. I don't either. I'm not expecting a trade, but I just find it to be strange. It's a strange investment. It doesn't make sense. I don't know. It's just a little weird. Okay. So Jalen McMillan is the first like dynasty asset that's like obliterated by the NFL draft. Jalen McMillan's dynasty value is now non-existent. It's basically gone from existent to almost nothing. So yeah, he's other than Cole Kmet, he's the first player to be obliterated. Now, the Broncos passed on. Yeah. Are the Chiefs? Oh my God. Could the Chiefs get Omarion Hampton at 31? I do think there are teams in the 30s who are interested in you know, running back. So there's been like no trades at all. So the stakes are very high for quarterback. Could the Bills be interested in Henderson? Yes. I think the Chiefs are more likely to take a running back than the Bills, though. So Emeka Egbuka is probably going to be a value, like I said, because whenever the situation is bad, but the prospect is good, the value is usually there. Okay. So we're waiting on the Steelers. So Emeka Egbuka and Colston Loveland and Tetairoa McMillan went higher than we expected. Travis Hunter, Cam Ward, and Ashton Jeanty went where we expected. Tyler Warren, I think, went a little lower than we expected. Omarion Hampton is lower. Shedeur Sanders, Jaxson Dart, lower. And then Matthew Golden, also lower. So much for the insiders to predict a lot of trades tonight. Yeah, I think they were just trying to drum up interest in the draft. But honestly, it's been an exciting evening. Could the Steelers pick a running back? I think they could. Omarion Hampton would be the player. Well, oh boy. The Steelers draft defensive tackle Derek Harmon. So here we go. The quarterback slide continues. Yeah, it does actually. It does. Egbuka, JSN, they have some similarities as prospects, some differences, but some similarities. JSN had all his production in 1 year, one really good productive year. Emeka Egbuka had production over a bunch of years, but not that exciting. So, yeah. I see why some people make the comp. So I'm a little weirded out by the Steelers in that the Steelers didn't even trade back. They still don't have any quarterback, and they don't have a second round pick. So I'm not sure what the Steelers are doing. They must know they have Aaron Rodgers because, yeah. Rams quarterback, it's a possibility for sure. I think the Giants are trying to trade back in for their choice of quarterback. My Sanders to round 2 prediction is looking good. Yeah, still time to get in that your Sanders votes. Steelers are not looking good. You're ahead of me. I don't know where people are in the broadcast. Rams are going to have Shedeur fall in their lap to succeed Stafford. That could be interesting. Mason Rudolph. Oh my God. I'm going to leave my name in the chat and leave the stream playing. But you're calling out the picks before I see it. Yeah. It's hard to get all that aligned. Mason Rudolph season. I stashed him in Superflex. It's not Mason Rudolph season. It's just not. Mason Rudolph is bad, and we know it. All right, now we're waiting on the Chargers. We're waiting on the Chargers, who I think the Giants are trying to trade up. I think the Giants are trying to trade up for Jaxson Dart. We're waiting on the Chargers. Now, I will say there are some spots here for running back. The Chargers, Omarion Hampton. The Vikings? Someone put the Vikings taking running back in round 1. I doubt it. I saw someone put the Rams with a running back. But I have the Chargers now. I have the Commanders at 29. I have the Chiefs at 31. Those are the 3 teams I have as running back spots. For wide receiver, the Packers. I mean, the Chargers now. The Packers at 23. The Texans at 25. Rams at 26. The Ravens. And maybe the Commanders, the Bills as well. Okay, we're going to work on that. Okay, so we're waiting on the Chargers pick. This is a big moment. And remember, right now we have 3 people or 4 new patrons during the show. 3 who signed up with my link, and also 1 who did a yearly membership. Yearly, you get a 25% off the whole year. So that's an even better deal than 75% off 1 month. So we've had 4 new patrons during the show. If you if we have 1 more, I will come back and do the show tomorrow for sure. How do you get into Dynasty leagues? You can find them in a lot of different places. You can find them on Twitter. You can find them, Blue Sky, other places. Discords like mine, DLF Discord, other places. Yeah. On the internet. Fantasy Footballers Forum is a place to find them. A lot of options. But I do have a section in my Patreon for that as well. Yes, I think that's the case. Yearly is better for sure. The yearly commitment is definitely the best. Best thing. Okay. I want to see the Ravens draft a running back. Please don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me with the Ravens drafting a running back. Please don't do this to me. They do. Sleeper's a great platform. I have nothing but nice things to say about them for Dynasty. Packers fan, I'd hate Golden at 23. I'd love a trade back if possible, but if not, Morrison would be brilliant value. I do think the Packers are a candidate to trade back. Will Johnson with Harbaugh makes sense. He's a Michigan man. I could see that. I've joined 5 Dynasty leagues by from the Discord being a patron. Yet another benefit. Can there be too many benefits? No, there can never be too many. I mean, I always try to offer more. And I have an idea and feedbacks section as well for ideas from the Patreon. During the season, when evaluating players' performances, do you watch highlights or review all the box scores or both? Well, I watch Red Zone. I watch some games, some highlights, and I review all the box scores. So all of it. All of it. It's wild to see the NFL be reasonable and not overdraft questionable quarterbacks. Yeah. Yeah, I do think that's good. Only problem is you all are too sharp because you get Tyler's wisdom too. Is that a problem though? I see that as a good thing. All right, we're waiting on the Chargers. I'm shocked at just the lack of trades, honestly. That's the one thing. I was expecting more trades. Oh. All right. I'm waiting for the Giants to trade back in, my Giants, to do something interesting. The clock is ticking down on the Chargers. Chargers are taking the full 10 minutes. Were they negotiating a trade maybe? Is that what potentially was going on? I still see the clock ticking down. 40 seconds remaining. Let's see. Maybe. I mean, I'm still waiting. Can Burden sneak in before Golden? Hopefully. I mean, Golden is sliding. The NFL is making the right choice. And Rappaport on the broadcast said the Chargers were hearing trade offers. I'd love to see that. I don't know if there's one player that the Chargers would be taking right now. I'm seeing that the pick is in. I don't know if that's going to be a pick or if that's going to be a trade that's in. We're going to see. So far, there's been 7 fantasy relevant players selected out of 21, which is a little low, but we're going to see what happens now. We did not get the Omarion Hampton pick at 20 like we hoped. Could it be Matthew Golden here? I think it could. I think it could. Well, as we wait for that, we're going to see. I don't know what's up with the delay on the Chargers. Still in a delay. I'm still not seeing the Chargers selection. Knowing Harbaugh, I bet it is a running back. Well, we are about to find out. I still do not see who it is. Could be interesting. A running back here would be very interesting. I will say that Najee Harris would not be enough to make me fade a running back. I'm seeing that it's all right. The pick is running back Omarion Hampton. Goodbye, Najee Harris. Bye-bye. Bye. Hope you sold him. There were some, let me just say this. There were some people on Twitter saying, Najee Harris is safe. Safe. Oh, yes. Safe. He will be a workhorse back. Yes. Yes. It's so exciting. His, irrelevant efficiency, lack of work in the passing game, plotting style was going to be good. People wanted that. Yes, that's what they wanted. Didn't work out so well for those people. Those idiots. Go look at them on Twitter. Idiots. They're going to delete those tweets now. They will be deleted. Watch, it's going to delete. They have to. They have no choice. These people were so dumb. Najee Harris was signed to a 1-year deal worth like $5-6 million with incentives. Not smart. They were always going to take another running back. I mean, they weren't going to have Najee Harris and Kamani Vidal. That wasn't going to work. So now they're going to pay a price for their stupidity. They will pay. Okay. Now, as for Omarion Hampton, would I have rather he went to Denver? Yeah, I think so. I mean, Najee Harris is a better player than Audric Estime or Jalen McMillan. But this is not that different. It's not that different. So Omarion Hampton, we're deciding really, I mean, he's ahead of the tight ends. He's ahead of Igbuka. I think it's interesting. I think Omarion Hampton, Ashton Jeanty is 1. Cam Ward is, I think it is going to be good, I will say. Ashton Jeanty is 1. Cam Ward is 2. To me, I have McMillan ahead of Hunter. Do you want Omarion Hampton? We're going to do another poll. We're going to end this stupid poll. I'm going to do another poll. Which of these 3 players do you want? We're going to do a poll here. Henderson will not make it to Denver, not unless they trade up. Now, let's look at this situation. So, Omarion Hampton, will he immediately get all the work? No, he won't. Najee Harris is going to get some work, but Omarion Hampton obviously is better. Now, I think, what are you deciding between? Would I rather have Omarion Hampton or the tight ends? I'd rather have Omarion Hampton. Even in a tight end premium, Omarion Hampton I would rather have. Like Omarion Hampton, look at the veteran running backs. Would you rather have Omarion Hampton or Kyron Williams? I'd rather have Omarion Hampton. Would I rather have Omarion Hampton or Jonathan Taylor? I'd rather have Omarion Hampton. I'd rather take a chance on the younger guy. Would I rather have Omarion Hampton or Bucky Irving? Probably Omarion Hampton. Would I rather have Omarion Hampton or Breece Hall? I'd probably rather have Omarion Hampton. Would I rather have Omarion Hampton or Saquon Barkley? I'd probably rather have Omarion Hampton. Would I rather have Omarion Hampton or Devon Achane? I'd rather have Omarion Hampton. That means Omarion Hampton is RB4. So if he's RB4, I mean, yeah, I think for me, I think it will go, Omarion Hampton will be right in there at 3. It'll go, I'll have to do out the ranks, but I'm not going to have Omarion Hampton as like in Superflex, he's still going to be outside my top 30 assets. Like I look at players like Michael Penix, I'd still rather have than Omarion Hampton. Bryce Young with Tet, I'd probably rather have. Omarion Hampton's going to be in the range of like, probably just above like a Rome Odunze kind of asset. I think he'll be in the same tier as Tet. But for now, I'm going to lean that I'm going to have Omarion Hampton at 103. I think it's close. I think Hampton, McMillan, and Hunter are all in the same tier. And then I think the next tier starts with the tight ends and Egbuka. But is this as good as going to the Broncos? No. Is it good? Yes. Well, no, the Chargers will not trade Harris. They signed him on a 1-year deal. He's a veteran, a 1-year deal. You have to have multiple running backs. You cannot have just one guy and expect it. That's what problem was last year. They had J.K. Dobbins. When he got hurt, the offense couldn't run the ball. You have to have two guys. They're not going to trade Najee Harris. Najee Harris is going to be a complementary piece. He's going to take some work. But, this is going to be like how it usually is. You're going to see some sort of committee, and then Omarion Hampton's going to take over down the stretch. Because Najee Harris is not like good. It's not like other situations. When you take a running back in the first, they are the guy. And remember that Najee Harris is not an incumbent starter on this team. Najee Harris is a veteran who was brought in to this team on a cheap deal. So they're competing already. It's not like one was the starter and the other is not. So yeah, I'm gonna lean that I have Omarion Hampton, but it's close with Tetairoa McMillan. It's close. Like, I would look, if I had the 103, I might look to trade down and see if I get a value for it. I'd be interested in that for sure. Yeah. I think I'd have to do that. So let's take a look at my poll right now. 18 votes. 50% say Omarion Hampton is their favorite. 39% say Tet McMillan. And 11% Travis Hunter. So yeah. Kind of how I see it. All right, the Packers pick is in. Jack is saying, Packers, please take Will Johnson. He's literally right there. Schefter is saying Will Johnson had some knee issue that's causing a little bit of a problem. So that may be causing Johnson fall. But overall, I'm happy with the Chargers landing spot for Omarion Hampton. We know that Jim Harbaugh loves running the ball. So we know that. And it's a good spot. Okay, so I'm still hoping to get one more patron in the mix before the end of the evening. And then, wow, we still have 50 people in the stream over 3 hours in. So like I said, Tyler round 1 for 75% off the Patreon. It's the best deal I've ever offered. And you can click on that link, patreon.com/fantasyadvice, to get it and use that code Tyler round 1 at checkout for 75% off the Patreon. And you can get interaction like this year round. Yeah. I'm in there every day breaking down everything, including rookies, dynasty trades. I'm doing it all. All right. The pick is in for the Packers. We still don't have a trade for the Packers. This will be a selection. Go Packers. Oh, okay. And shout out Tyler on the Patreon. Pays for itself when you win your leagues. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I'm doing my best to try to deliver the best show possible. Okay. So we are now waiting for the Packers selection. We're waiting for the Packers selection, and it is Matthew Golden. It is Matthew Golden, the wide receiver. So for me, I'm not going to be fooled by the landing spot. I do not care. I do not care that Matthew Golden is, maybe you could say that that the landing spot is better. I am totally not interested in Matthew Golden as a prospect. I am not even convinced that he's better than Jaden Reed. Golden's the Packers Eastern time gets shafted. I'm used to it. So Matthew Golden to the Packers. So that's interesting. Wow, people piling on Omarion Hampton as the pick. I do think that'll be the selection. I think also with my strategy in Dynasty is to avoid overpaying for running backs, okay? Omarion Hampton, good player, young player. You can get him just by spending 103, not having to overpay, not having to trade for it. There are worse things. There are worse things than that. It's not the end of the world. So something I'd consider. I'd rather trade down or trade out. But if that's what the situation I found myself in, I'd be fine with it. Okay. Let's talk about Matthew Golden. What's that mean for Reed? Okay. So I will say this is a better scenario than it would have been Tetairoa McMillan or Egbuka. Egbuka would have obliterated Jaden Reed from the map because Egbuka would play in the slot and eliminate Reed's role. So what does it mean? I think it hurts. I think it's a competition now. I think Reed and Golden are going to be similarly valued. Reed's value is going to drop, and Golden's value is going to be similar to Reed's. I think I've seen enough from Jaden Reed to say you're not going to win your league behind Jaden Reed. So if I had to pick one, I'd prefer Golden. I will say for Tucker Kraft, I'd rather it be Golden, who's going to get less volume, over McMillan or Egbuka, who I think would have hurt Kraft more. I don't think Golden is that different than Kraft was already not ahead of the wide receivers in the pecking order. So I'm not going to move Kraft down all that much. Reed, I'm going to move down. The real losers, I think, are Romeo Doubs and Dontavian Wicks, who I think there's just no. I mean, a first-round wide receiver is going to be ahead of those guys. So they're not good enough. So we're going to see. But I'll probably have it Golden 1A, Reed 1B, and the other Packers receivers buried. Kraft, I'm going to move down a tiny bit, but not all that much. Packers Y, he's a bad prospect. He is. He's a bad prospect. Is he better? I think in case I'm wrong, I think with Jaden Reed, we know Jaden Reed is not going to be a league winner. We know that. We've seen enough of Jaden Reed to say that Jaden Reed might have some fantasy value, but the upside of Jaden Reed is lower. If I had to guess who is a better player, Jaden Reed or Matthew Golden, I would say Jaden Reed. But in case I'm wrong, if I'm wrong, the ceiling with Jaden Reed is lower. The ceiling with Matthew Golden is higher. So I would lean Matthew Golden in Dynasty, but not by much. They're not going to be tiers apart. They're going to be in the same tier. And I would much rather have a Emeka Egbuka, a prospect I like better, who went higher in the NFL draft to a worse landing spot. I learned this lesson last year. If I have a prospect who I like better, who goes to a higher draft capital, but the landing spot is worse, I should stick with my eval. I would have gotten BTJ over Worthy Right, but I got it wrong because I went for landing spot. I'm not making that same mistake again. Wicks 2.0, maybe not. Matthew Golden is my boy. I don't care what you say about him. I'm sorry. I hate the player. I just really do. Vikings are on the clock at 24. I'm kind of surprised that they have not made a trade. Glad I sold Dubs. Yeah. Yeah, he has no trade value now. 57 people in the live chat. Wow. I did not expect that. 59 people. Wow. You're just getting here. Remember, use code Tyler Round 1 for 75% off the Patreon. 60 people. It's the best deal I've ever offered. 75%. It's good until 1 a.m. Eastern time. Patreon.com/fantasy advice. 75% off. Tyler Round 1 at checkout. I promise you will not regret it. If you like this experience, you will love that experience. Okay? We talked about this. Does it boost love at all? It doesn't hurt, right? I mean, it doesn't hurt. It's not a bad thing, but I just don't even like Matthew Golden. I don't like him. Is it going to change my value of Jordan Love? No. Because he didn't produce. He didn't produce in college. Where was his production? No production. There was no production. He didn't deliver. He did nothing. Nothing. In December, he was a 5th round pick. Because he had 3 good games, he should go in the 1st round? No. Why does he deserve to go in the 1st round? Terrible. I'm seeing eyes for the Giants. Okay, the Vikings took a guard, Donovan Jackson. I'm surprised they didn't trade down. The Giants, a lot of people are talking about the Texans trading down or trading up. The Texans actually elected to trade down. The Giants are in. Yes, if you're here, like the video. Like the video. The Giants traded up. You won't regret joining the Patreon. I absolutely agree. I promise you won't regret it. I think you're going to love joining the Patreon. The Giants traded up. This is my Giants are going to make, yeah, it's going to be exciting. Rodgers is salty. Has something happened with Aaron Rodgers, or is this just who he is? I think this is funny. The one time the Packers pick a wide receiver in round 1, it's Matthew Golden. Yeah, well. All right. Make sure to like the video if you haven't yet. The Giants traded up. We are on pins and needles. Will the Giants, it's a quarterback, obviously. They wouldn't trade up for anything other than a quarterback. Okay, let me see if I can find the trade terms. No, I don't care. I don't care where you're from. No, bring it up. You know, I have so many bad memories of Philly, though, I will say. The Deshaun Jackson punt return. I still can't get over the pain, honestly. Okay. I have the trade terms. The Giants have traded 34, a 3rd round pick this year, and a future 6. So they got rid of one of their 3rds. I don't know if it's 65 or 99. If it's 65, that's a lot. I think it sounds like the Texans were interested in Matthew Golden, but decided to trade down when Golden was not available. We'll see what the Rams do. We'll see. But now we're focusing on the Giants. So it's 99, actually. The Giants have traded away 99. I think that's a good value. They traded 34, 99, and a future 3rd for this pick. Now, what is it going to be? What is it going to be? A lot of people are texting me about the Giants trading up because they know I'm a Giants fan. All right. Let's see. We're waiting. The pick is in for the Giants. So yeah, the Giants, like I said, gave away 34, 99 and a 3rd rounder in 2026. So the Giants still have pick the 3rd one in the 3rd round. So they will have Shedeur. I would like Shedeur. So let's see. What is it going to be? Is it going to be Jaxson Dart or is it going to be Shedeur Sanders? It will be. Seems like it's Jaxson Dart. Yes, the chat has been great, I will say. The chat has really been excellent. I really appreciate everyone who's gotten involved in the chat. Everyone's saying Dart, so it must be Dart. Let's see. It the Giants select a punter. At least it's better than Matt Dodge. Should have used that as a trivia question. I mean, everyone's saying it's Dart. So I assume it's Dart. Okay, so we're going to have to talk about once I get confirmation. All right, it is Dart. It's Dart. So remember I said that I had almost no conviction about like Sanders versus Dart. Now that Dart went first, Dart will be first. So for me, of the players currently selected, I would rather have, I think it's pretty clear where I would rank Dart. I would have it in Superflex tight end premium. I would have it, so the question here, where does it put Dart? For me, I would have the tight ends, Egbuka, Dart, and then Golden last. I think. I'd have to think about it. Maybe I should have Dart higher. No, this is so late though. 25th overall. I mean, Dart is picked, and what if this regime ran out of town? So no, I'm not a super big believer in Dart. So yeah, I think that's about right. Matthew Golden, I think honestly, if I had to pick who I believed in more, I believe in Dart more than Golden as like a prospect. So yeah, I think right now of the players, there are 10 fantasy relevant players picked. I think it would be Dart at 9, Golden at 10, and then Egbuka at 8. I just believe in Egbuka. Egbuka I believe in as being like a player that's going to have a good career. I have no idea if Jaxson Dart is going to have a good career. So, will the Giants trade away Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston to the Steelers later? It's possible, but it's weird to pick a player, to sign a player and then trade them. It is Dart, though. It's confirmed Dart. Okay, we have another trade. The Falcons have traded up to 26th overall. So now we have another trade. Falcons are coming in. What could this? It's probably not for a fantasy relevant player. Could be, but I don't think it is. Sanders is sliding. He has. What if the Falcons select Shedeur Sanders? I'd laugh so hard. I didn't think about the regime being run out of town. Did the Rams trade down because the Giants picked Dart? Were the Rams looking at Dart? The Falcons trade up is probably not for a fantasy relevant player. I think so. All right, let's do another poll. So I think we can end the poll. Omarion Hampton is the winner, followed by Tetairoa McMillan with Travis Hunter last. And I agree with that in that order. So let's do another poll. Let's do another poll of what poll should we do? Is Cleveland about to? Yeah, Cleveland has the first pick of the second round. Here. I'm going to do So I've started a poll for right now. Get your votes in now. How many more fantasy relevant players are taken in round 1 after Jaxson Dart at 25? Do you think it's 1, 0, or 2 or more? How many more picks are going to be relevant? 0, 1, 2, or more? Oh my God. The Falcons, I don't believe this. The Falcons gave up their 26th first and a second for pick 26 and a third this year. That is absolutely incompetent and is just so stupid. I don't know why they would do that. That is insane. I have no idea what the Falcons are thinking. I have no idea why they would do this. That is a ridiculous overpay. And that's just flat out delusional. They're trading up for defensive end James Pierce Jr. That's insane. That's insane that they gave up their future first. They gave up a 26 first to trade up from 46 to 26. That is delusional. Delusional. Yeah, it is dumb. I don't know why you would do this. I get trading up. I don't get up giving up a future first. The Giants didn't have to give up a future first to get to a quarterback. Why you would do this, I don't know. The Rams absolutely fleeced them. And this is the Rams who hate picks. This is so stupid. And the Rams now have 2 firsts in 2026 to look at getting their replacement for Matthew Stafford, which I think they might consider. Great move for the Rams. Terrible move for the Falcons. I think the Falcons regime is on thin ice, I will say. So we now come to a dangerous pick. Big danger. The Ravens at 27. We don't want anyone to go there. That would be very nasty. So, all right. The Ravens need Henderson to complement Derrick Henry. Please, no. I think Winston gets traded. I mean, there's nothing stopping the Giants from... I actually don't know what the rules around that are. Signing a player and then trading them. I think the Browns signed Josh Dobbs and then traded him to the Cardinals in that same year. So I think you can do it. So maybe the Giants will consider trading Russ or Jameis. But we're going to see. For now, I'm not going to assume that that's going to happen. So the Ravens are now on the clock. NFC South will be the poverty division. I mean, that trade was so stupid. That was just flat out delusion. Atlanta must really love, Warren Sharp says, Atlanta must really love James Pierce Jr. because that's an insane amount of capital to give up. I agree. That is absolutely terrible. Wow. We've had such a very live chat today. All right. So let's see. So far, the majority of votes are on 2 or more. Who are those 2 players going to be, though? That's the thing. Who are they going to be? That's the thing I don't see. And remember, don't forget the Patreon. Tyler, round 1 for 75% off the Patreon. You've got 1 hour and 55 minutes left for that deal. I could see the Commanders grabbing a running back, but I also can't see both teams grabbing a running back. Okay, so as for Golden, as of in Superflex rookie ranks of the players, Superflex tight end premium of the players taken, he's currently last. He's currently last, and I'm absolutely open to running backs in the second round passing him. In fact, I would expect running backs in the second round passing him. As for wide receivers in the second round, I'm open to it, but it would have to probably be Luther Burden in a really good spot, who I do far prefer as a prospect to Golden. I'd be open to it. Yeah, I could see the Chiefs or Commanders taking Trevion Henderson. I don't see any other running back possibly going in the first round at all. The Ravens remain on the clock. You pick 0. I could see a Shedeur Sanders trade up and the Commanders taking Henderson, but I'd lean against both. Yeah, right now there are 10 have been taken. Maybe the Chiefs. Yeah, I think the Chiefs for Henderson are a possibility. More likely to me than the Commanders, who I think were Hampton or nothing in the first. I don't see any more wide receivers going. Luther Burden maybe could surprise me. Judkins was plus 2,000 to go in round 1, so I'm going to say that's a no. Yeah, the only players I think could go are Henderson, Shedeur Sanders, and Luther Burden with an outside possibility of Jalen Milroe. It has to be because he's like plummeting. All right, the Ravens pick is in. We will see what that is. I have no idea what the Falcons did. That was really stupid. Okay. Oh, camera keeps get that plugged in. Chiefs taking a running back? I do think it's possible. They met with Trevion Henderson recently. We know that they met with Trevion Henderson. Jordan Schultz says, reaction by one source to the Falcons trading a future first to come back in. WTF. So, yeah. That would be a no for me. Texans could use Will Johnson. I mean, if he continues to fall, the Texans are out of the first round at this point, though. Maybe they could trade back up. That would be interesting. I'm still waiting on the Ravens selection. Josh Simmons. Yes, he's been a highly ranked tackle on the board for a while. He's been top of the offensive tackle board for a long time. So I do think Josh Simmons would be a steal for the Chiefs. And the Chiefs were favored to take offensive line. All right. We're waiting for... I don't even know. We're waiting for the Ravens now. And then after that come the Lions. The like big player trades have not materialized. All right. Let's waiting for the Ravens selection. I'm still curious how many more players are going to go. 30 votes. Only 7% say 0. 47% say 1. And 47% say 2 or more. I would love to be surprised and see 2 or more. I might be 0. But I'm not watching the ESPN stream, so I don't know, honestly. Let's see. What are our thoughts so far? Okay, a good open-ended question. So my thoughts so far: Ashton Jeanty to the Raiders, no comment. It's a good landing spot, no issues. Cam Ward to the Titans, we knew. Omarion Hampton to the Chargers, worse than 20 to the Broncos, tiny bit, little downgrade, but he still went in the first round. He still went to a good landing spot. No real difference. Tetairoa McMillan, 108 to the Panthers. That's an upgrade from what we were thinking pre-draft. Travis Hunter to the Jaguars. I really wanted him to go to the Browns, but just because they had more certainty there. So that was a downgrade. Colston Loveland, 10 to the Bears. I like that Colston Loveland was in the premium range, so he gained value. Tyler Warren, 14 to the Colts. Fell a little bit in the draft. Still was in the premium range. Definitely a small loser to me. Emeka Egbuka, 19 to the Bucks. He's going to be the player I'm in on. He got better draft capital. I like the prospect. I don't like the landing spot, but landing spot for wide receiver almost does not matter to me. I'm in on Emeka Egbuka. He's going to be like my strongest buy, my strongest value. Jaxson Dart. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not a big fan of Jaxson Dart. He's going to be the quarterback 2 for me in the draft because the Giants trade up for him. Shedeur Sanders is falling. And then, but it is what it is. I'm not that excited for Jaxson Dart. I have him at 9. And then Matthew Golden, he did still go in the first round, so I can't just dismiss Matthew Golden, but I have him at 10 right now. And I'm open to any second round running back being ahead of Matthew Golden. So we'll see. Matthew Golden may be a first round pick, may not. I'm open to second round receivers being ahead of him. Probably just Luther Burden and Jaden Higgins. I'm open to that. If they go high enough in the second and to good landing spots, I had them as significantly better prospects than Matthew Golden. So I might be willing to overlook the draft capital if I like the landing spot and the draft capital is still pretty good. But yeah, because Matthew Golden to me was tiers down from Burden and Higgins' prospect. What we really need is one more patron. I mean, I'd love that. I would love that. I've been impressed though. You know, this 75% off the Patreon code Tyler Round 1. You can click on that link. But overall, I've just been really impressed with the activity in the chat, the amount of subscribers I've gained, and also the Patreon signups. So overall, I would say this live stream has been a pretty big success. It's vastly exceeded my expectations. So I appreciate everyone for that. Malachi Stark, safety, Baltimore. Okay, at least they didn't light a wide receiver on fire. If you did a rookie mock draft right now, would it look very different? Not really. I mean, but pre-draft, I had Jeanty at 1, Ward at 2, Hampton at 3, McMillan at 4, Hunter at 5. And then I was kind of looking at the wide receivers, the tight ends. No, not much has changed. You kick butt on stream. Thank you. It's not over. It's not over. Something big could still happen. Makes me happy hearing the live chat exceeded your expectations. I will say, of all the things, the Patreon signups have, met my expectations. The number of subscribers added to the YouTube channel exceeded. And the big thing that I think exceeded my expectations is just the sheer number of people watching. I just expected it to be lower. I expected less chat. There was actually a lot more than what I expected. So definitely exceeded my expectations. I think it's just a sign that, like, in the right spot, live content can succeed. It just takes, like, literally it being the NFL draft. So, yeah. Nice. Now, we're waiting on the Lions at 28. Teams could still trade up for a quarterback. I don't think we're going to see another receiver. The Lions could shock us. I mean, the Lions are not going to take a quarterback or a running back or a tight end, but I did see a few people saying the Lions could take a wide receiver. But if the pick is already in, I thought the Lions also might be a candidate to trade down. But yeah. I have draft starting Sunday night, so I love how responsive you are with your ranks to everyone who isn't a patron. Trust me, he's adjusting them constantly. True. True. I'm probably not going to put the players in the veteran ranks until the draft is finished, but I'm going to have, like I said, I'm going to post the round 1 players rookie ranking immediately. I've actually been typing in the draft capital on the stream, so it's already ready to go. All right. Lions took defensive tackle Tyleik Williams. We're getting to the point of like, if it's not the fantasy relevant players, I have not heard of these players. You know, like we're past the point of the non-fantasy relevant players that I've heard of. Like Jody Barron, Derek Harmon, I'd heard of these players, you know. Like Gray Zabel, I've heard of him. Like Tyleik Williams, I don't know. James Pierce, I'd heard of. Malachi Starks, I'd heard of. Tyleik Williams. All right, now we're getting into the range of players I don't know. So same, yeah. Well, I am a fantasy analyst. You know, I don't play IDP, so I don't. Let's see Henderson to Commanders or Chiefs. I would like that. I did hear the Chiefs were interested in trading down. So if a team is interested in trading up to lock in a quarterback, I could see that. So next year, we're going to have traded picks. Because remember, this year we didn't have any traded firsts until recently. Oh, that's way too much. Jalen McMillan's not worth that. You crush that deal. He's not worth anywhere near that. He's not worth either of those thirds. I don't see anyone trading up at this point. I kind of agree because the Giants have their quarterback already, and the Browns have the first pick of round 2, so they don't have any incentive to trade up. I'm not seeing it either. So I appreciate this. I think I'm great in this one spot when I have like a live event is occurring. I have something to discuss. I think this one spot during the draft, yes, I think I am really good at this. When I have to manufacture it, like when it's just a live stream, I have to manufacture something to talk about, I'm not as good. But like covering a live event like this, yes, I do think this is a spot where I'm very strong. Unfortunately, this is once a year. So yeah, I think I've been happy with this stream, more than happy enough to come back tomorrow and do a second stream. I don't see why not. No promises that I'll do this the full 6 hours, which is how long it is for rounds 2 and 3. But you know, I'll do a lot. But yes, like I'm saying, when I'm covering a live event, yes, I do think it's very strong. The problem is that this is literally the only one in the NFL cycle. It's like a live event. It's all happening all at once. Everyone's eyes are on one thing. So for these 2 days a year, yes, I think I like the live streams. The rest of the year, you know, there is nothing to live stream. It has to have a very good reason to be live. And there's just no reason the rest of the year. How many total stream trades so far? The Giants traded up and the Falcons traded in for James Pierce. And then there was that trade at the beginning. So 3. Sanders pulling a Malik Willis. I don't think he's going to fall that far, but I do think he's going to fall. Let's go day 2 streams. Yeah, I think it's been okay. We got I see our 5th patron who's joined. So as promised, I see 5 patrons. So we'll do the So we have the 5 patrons. So as promised, I'll do tomorrow's stream. I was going to do it anyway because I found that, even if we hadn't technically hit the 5, we had 4. We had a lot of activity in the chat. We had a lot of new subscribers. But, I'm a man of my word. So we got the 5 new patrons. That's what I set out at the beginning of the stream. So because we got that, I will do tomorrow's show. I haven't decided on the exact starting time, but, I'll probably start 15 minutes before whenever the TV broadcast is, and then I'll look into exactly what I want to do. But I'll be back here tomorrow. Okay, let's proceed. So I'm considering the Patreon, but the only Dynasty leagues I have are salary cap leagues. Do you have any salary cap experience, or are you open to giving salary cap league advice in Patreon? So, okay. So I have had people in salary cap leagues. Is it my area of expertise? No. Do I give advice in that area? Yes, I've done it before. So it's still in the line of what I do cover because it's not like a bridge too far. What I would say is, like, with IDP, I cannot help you. I cannot help you. I don't know anything about IDP. I don't play IDP. I don't care about IDP. I don't want to cover IDP, et cetera, et cetera. With salary cap, I can probably figure it out and walk you through it. And my advice still applies because it's covering the same players. Which players I prefer does not change. So I have helped people through salary cap leagues. I've done video roster reviews on salary cap leagues. But is it what I specialize in? No. But can I do it? Yes. Whereas, like, IDP, I don't cover at all. Devi, I can give you what I have, but it's not much. And salary cap, I think, is a step beyond that, where I am helpful and most of my advice still applies. But, am I going to do your contracts for you? Probably not. That would cost more than I charge because that's overly complicated for the Patreon. But the short answer is I've done it before. And in terms of the Discord, you can ask that question. I have a separate section for discussing your team, and that would go in there. That would go in there, and that would be a place to do that. Day 2 stream. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it, and, we'll see how it goes. If I only do round 2 and it's, not as well attended, then I'll, cut it off after round 2 or at least see how it goes. But I'll definitely go and start it. I mean, day 2 is long. It's a grind. It's grueling. It's like 5.5 to 6 hours. So no promises I'm going to do 5.5 to 6 hours, but we're almost at 4 hours today. Congratulations. Welcome to the community. Yes. Welcome to all the new patrons. I'm sorry to the person who gave me 201 for Tyrone Tracy and Jalen McMillan. Well, yeah, that didn't work out. Oh, man. I mean, he's going to fall at this point. I mean, technically, he hasn't fallen out of the first round yet. We still have 3 more selections, but he won't be a first-round pick. Commanders took tackle Connerly. Yes, they did. Yeah, I thought that the Commanders were a team that could have taken, if one of the wide receivers or running backs that had already gone was still available, like Egbuka or Hampton. I had them as a dark horse to take one in the first round, but all of the good enough players were gone already. So for those reasons, they weren't on my list. Now, the Bills are on the clock at this point. I would think that the Bills are not going to take a fantasy relevant player, but, I could be wrong. Brian Dayball says that Russell Wilson will be the starter to open, which I agree with, but I wouldn't be surprised if Jaxson Dart gets in before the end of the year. Now, the the Browns and the Steelers have still not filled their quarterback situations. So we have to wait. Does feel that way. I mean, I was thinking Shedeur Sanders would be one of them. And then the other players, I think Mason Taylor, people were talking about Jalen Milroe and maybe Trevion Henderson. Luther Burden, I think, is a first round pick worthy, but the NFL doesn't seem to think so. They need a replacement for Kincaid. Well, I don't know if they need a replacement for Kincaid. I think they need a wide receiver 1, which they don't have. But a replacement for Kincaid. They have Kincaid and Knox. They don't need more tight ends. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Kincaid, but I don't think they're going to take another tight end. Yeah, Junkins, no. Henderson, the Chiefs at 31 would be the team. But otherwise, no. I don't see the Bills taking Trevion. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. I mean, something crazy could happen. Sean McVay said that we have 2026 first round picks for now. Oh, wow. They have another move in the works. Are they looking to make a trade? I don't know. Winston will be the cheerleader captain of the Giants. I do think that would be kind of fun. I think the Bills go defensive line or defensive back. Yeah, I could see that. I do think defense is more likely than offense for the Bills, personally. So we're waiting on the Bills selection, and then we are going to move to the Chiefs. So the Bills pick is in. So we're going to see what happens. Could be interesting. I don't know. A lot of teams still need running back. I mean, the Broncos have not filled their hole at running back. The Bears have still not filled their hole at running back. The Jaguars didn't end up taking a running back yet. The Giants still could use a running back. A lot of teams, I think, on day 2 are going to look at running backs. So that'll be interesting. We're still waiting on the Bills. I doubt this will be a fantasy relevant player. Brian Robinson has a job for now. Yeah. Okay. The Bills selected Maxwell Hairston, and the Eagles and Chiefs have made a trade. The Eagles and Chiefs have made a trade. The Eagles have given up a pick 164 to move up one spot from 32 to 31. It's a 5th round pick to move up one spot. Not sure what that's going to be. What do we think the Eagles are doing? So far on that, how many fantasy relevant players? We're currently at 0. Brain Robinson. Yeah. I usually refer to him as Brian. But well, now that we've broken over the 4-hour mark, yeah. 4 hours. Wow. It's crazy, honestly. So now that we're coming near the end of the stream, if you want, we still have an hour and a half left where this code is still good. Use code TylerRound1 for 75% off the Patreon. It's the best deal I've ever offered. Patreon.com/fantasyadvice. And use code TylerRound1 at checkout. And you can get that 75% off. And yeah, I promise you won't regret it. Imagine this interaction every day in the Patreon Discord. Imagine what that would be like. So that's what I would love to see. And code TylerRound1. Type it in at checkout. It'll take that 75% off your first month. Now, let's go back to the draft. So the pick is in. The Eagles traded a 5th to the Chiefs to trade up. And the Eagles, we're going to see. It looks like it's Jihad Campbell. Jihad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama. So not a tight end like people were saying. 4 hours is crazy. It's been great. Yeah. I mean, it's been well attended the whole time. Really, we've never dropped below like 30, 35 people. So now we're at 50. We've been at 50 a bunch of times. So I really do appreciate that. Fantastic stream. Yeah, no, I think it went great. I think I wish a few more players had been selected in round 1. I wish Shedeur Sanders had been picked. I wish Luther Burden had been picked. I wish Trevion Henderson. I wish, Jalen Milroe, maybe Mason Taylor. But, considering just means that tomorrow will be a busier stream. Thank you, Tyler, for streaming and the content. It was a very cool and relaxing time. Yeah, I think that I, haven't been like all over the place too much, not too overly energetic, but, I've still tried to deliver some energy without going over the top because it's really hard to keep up over the top for 4 hours plus. Yeah. So we're just waiting on wrapping up this round. Let's see. Will Johnson still hasn't been picked at all. So clearly there's something going on there. I mean, I heard about injury concerns, but I don't know how injured could he be. So now we're just waiting on the Chiefs. Congratulations to anyone who said, 2 or more is definitely wrong on that poll. What if the Chiefs trade entirely out of the first round? It's possible. I do think that they traded down 1 spot. I think they could look to trade down again. I do think that that's a possibility. So who are we waiting for in round 2? Who do we think is going to go off early in round 2? I mean, at the top of round 2, it goes the Browns, then the Texans, then the Titans, then the Browns again. So could the Browns take a quarterback with one of those picks? Could the Titans take a wide receiver at 35? Raiders, maybe take a wide receiver at 37, Patriots at 38, and then we have the Bears at 39 and 41 looking at running back maybe. And then the Saints at 40 in the middle, maybe interested in a quarterback. So we're still waiting on the Chiefs for the final pick of the evening. But maybe the Chiefs will trade down again. Who do you think the Chiefs pick? We'll do one last discussion with the chat. Who do you think the Chiefs pick in the 32nd overall pick? I wonder. Will Johnson? I could see it. Henderson has been my pick for the Chiefs all along. That would really end the draft on an exciting note for round one. Will Johnson has been up there all day. Yeah, I'm surprised. This injury must be really bad. But Josh Simmons is still there. I know a lot of people were saying that Josh Simmons would be a potential choice. So we will see. I can't believe the Chiefs and Eagles did a trade. I didn't think Simmons definitely makes sense for the Chiefs. I agree. A lot of people were saying that earlier. And I do think he makes a lot of sense. Howie Roseman got Jihad Campbell, who a lot of people are saying is really good. So some people are saying that Travis Hunter, that the James Gladstone said that Travis Hunter will start out as a wide receiver. I do think for me, in what? In my rookie rankings or in my startup rankings? For me, the top 5 is pretty clear. It's Ashton Jeanty at 1, Cam Ward 2, Omarion Hampton 3, Tetairoa McMillan 4, Travis Hunter 5. And then everyone else is after that. Very clear. It's not Chiefs pick is in. So no trade. Startup quarterback. So Cam Ward would be, if I look at startup quarterback, you mean below guys like Kyler Murray, Bo Nix, they're more proven. I mean, we're comparing Cam Ward to Trevor Lawrence, Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield. I'd probably go Trevor Lawrence got the little weapon upgrade. So probably go Trevor Lawrence, Cam Ward, Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield. Right there. Most people are expecting offensive line for the Chiefs. And I think it is going to be Josh Simmons, but so the Falcons were projected to be 6.7 wins. So the fact that they traded away their 26 first is absolutely crazy. So we're just waiting on the Chiefs selection, and then I'll close out. It's probably going to be offensive lineman. So I think we'll be in for an exciting beginning to tomorrow's show. Almost for sure. What times does the draft start up tomorrow? Oh, I should probably know that. Let's see. Round 2 of the NFL draft begins at 7 p.m. Eastern. So okay. So if it begins at 7 p.m. Eastern, I'll probably today I started the show half an hour before. I don't think that's gonna be necessary. I'll probably start at 15 minutes before. So I'll probably start at 6:45. Just because I don't it's already gonna be 5.5 hours. Yep. Chiefs, Josh Simmons. Exactly what everyone was saying. So, okay. So that's it. So we got 10 players for fantasy with round 1 draft capital. No Trevion Henderson, no Shedeur Sanders, no Luther Burden, no Jalen Milroe, and no Mason Taylor. So Eagles tried to trade with the Chargers and they said no. Okay. Well, they probably got a better deal. So to review for Superflex Tight End Premium, my current ranks could change, but probably not. Ashton Jeanty 1, Cam Ward 2, Omarion Hampton 3, Tetairoa McMillan 4, Travis Hunter 5, Colston Loveland 6, Tyler Warren 7, Egmeka Egbuka 8, Jaxson Dart 9, Matthew Golden 10. But I have to see when I actually try to put these players in the real ranks. Sometimes it doesn't, work out in the same way when I actually try to put the players in. But 10 players and, players like Trevion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins could easily jump quite a few of these players if they get the right landing spot in round 2. Well, okay. I want to thank everyone for sticking with me. There's still 40 people in the chat. I want to thank everyone for sticking with me throughout the show. I will remind people of the Patreon one last time, and then I'll wrap up. So just need to find it. But overall, I think we had fun here. I think we had fun. I think this was a good show. All right, here's the promo. So one last time until 1 a.m. Eastern. So for the next hour and 16 minutes, you can still use this code. It'll still be good for that period of time. At checkout on the Patreon, you can use code TylerRound1 for 75% off your first month. This is the best deal I've ever offered for the Patreon. Additionally, if you want to sign up for a yearly subscription, you can sign up. You get 25% off the entire year. Patreon.com/fantasy advice. I'm never giving that link up. So I hope that more people take advantage of that for the next hour and 15 minutes. Now, I want to thank everyone for watching. I appreciate this and this. I had a lot of fun. I want to thank everyone for watching. Thank everyone who signed up for the Patreon. Thank everyone who subscribed to the YouTube. And I'll put up the show for tomorrow soon. I'll put it up tomorrow morning. But until then, I will catch you all later. Have a good night.